and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally here after 4 days of grand finals. It is down to these last 5 matches here. I can't believe that we're finally made it to this point here. It's been 2 weeks coming. It's been a long journey here for everyone, the teams, for us, for the production crew. But finally, we're almost at the finish line here, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Victor Cax. Joining me here is Sir Cloud. We're going to be your casters for today to bring you guys the closing of this PUBG Asia Super Cup 2023 Summer Edition.
And it's going to be the last 5 games before we decide who's going to take home the prestigious trophy of being the kings of Asia as well. And of course, the moolah of 20,000 US dollars in the bag as well. I mean, right now, we can see that the T5, they open up a gap, but with 5 games more to go, well, anything can happen.
I know anything can still happen even at this stage, because what we've seen throughout the whole grand finals even is that only the single exception of Theraton 5, like no other team really has a distinct advantage over the other. We're constantly seeing shifts all around from rank 2 down to rank 8 even. We got teams having their rise and fall being witnessed even in the space of a single day itself. So especially at this stage now, like we keep talking about how these kind of competitions are often like a marathon instead of a sprint. In the context of a marathon right now, this is the part where you need to start sprinting to get to that finish line, isn't it?
Absolutely. You definitely know a thing or two about sprinting and marathons. And here's our schedule for the last time for this tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Just to recap a little bit in case you just joined us for the show. So the group stages started last Wednesday. It ran for 3 days. It was completed. We found our top 8 teams for the group stages. The rest of them, 16 teams, had to play through the last chance qualifier stage, which ran over the last weekend. And then we found our top 8 from the last chance qualifiers as well. And they restarted their campaign on Wednesday, and today is the last day of the grand final stage. After this, no second chances for these teams. It will be D-Day for all of them.
It is D-Day indeed, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, again, when you start when you start this journey off with 24 teams, having to say bye-bye to them, by the time you get to the LCQ stage, the teams that made it this far had to play through lots and lots of matches in order to get to this point. So I cannot stress like how much effort these teams really had to make even to just get to this point alone. So I think what can certainly be celebrated is the fact that these boys really went out there to put themselves into this kind of position here, to just show that they are one of the best. They always want to prove to the world that they are some of the best PUBG PC players here in the world, and I think certainly we've seen a lot of proof of that in the pudding here.
Yep, and their journey started with the new point system, which is the super rule, and each chicken dinner will only receive 10 points this time around. It dwindles down until 7th to 8th place will receive 1 point. Other than that, will not receive a single point. But then again, we see teams using the kill points instead to counter back the loss of placement points and put themselves on top.
But I think it's quite clear to me, especially at this juncture, how truly effective that kind of strategy is. The teams that do apply that sort of like tactics and ideas into their fights, oftentimes it's kind of a 50-50 thing, especially teams that take hot drops early on, like Cerberus, for example, if they cannot really find a good fight for that early part, and they basically just get dropped out early on those games. Therefore, they wouldn't have the opportunity to compete against the very best here.
Yep, and speaking about being the very best, if you become the very best, you're referring to the teams of course, then you will receive 20,000 US dollars. The second place finish will receive 15,000 US dollars, third place will receive 8,000 US dollars, and it goes all the way down right now to the bare minimum of 2,000 US dollars in case any of our teams ended up in between number 12 to number 16. Number 11 is a difference of 1,000 US dollars, so this gives the teams more motivation to actually go as high as possible in the overall ranks.
I think like that's pretty much makes it why just getting to the grand finals itself is still a big deal, because you still wouldn't go home empty-handed. Not just in terms of the prize money you can get, but just experiences you'll be able to have. Just being able to compete against some of the very best from regions all across Asia. Here is the Summer Champion Trophy. This is going to be what awaits like our champions at the end of this tournament here, and boy, it's a pretty looking trophy, I must say.
It is. I really like the helmet design. design on top of it. It's definitely the symbol of PUBG itself. And this is, I just wonder how big is it going to be. I wish that like the helmet was as big as an actual helmet, so you can imagine like you can use it to maybe do your next cosplay, even as a PUBG character.
I know, like I mentioned, if the helmet is actually movable, like I would straight up just be wearing it like all the way. If I'm going to Starbucks to pick up my next coffee, I'm going to be wearing the helmet as I'm ordering it. If I'm going to be taking a video call and an interview, I'm going to be wearing the helmet for sure.
Yeah, and these are the teams who will be looking forward to flexing their trophy. We have The Expendables, Kill Confirm, Daytrade Gaming, Genius Esports, Cerberus Esports, E-Arena, Made in Thailand, Archangel Predator. And we have a new generation esports, Theroton 5, Unicorn Venom, Enter Force 36, One Call, Global Esports Accent, Attack All Around, and Purple Moon Esports.
Yeah, so the guys on the top row are basically the ones that made it through from the grand finals there. The ones in the bottom row are the ones that actually made it from the last chance qualifiers. And of that, you know, the outstanding two teams we have to talk about, obviously it's going to be one, Theroton 5. They have been taking the lead of this grand finals ever since day number 1 and has consistently maintained their position in that first rank all the way until this day number 5 here. So again, as we look at the maps here, very familiar if you've been following us all the while, so you're not going to be surprised by this, but I'll still explain it anyway. 2 rounds of Miramar, you know, back to back. Tego round in the middle, that's going to be match 3 as a little bit of reprieve. Then you're going to be going to Erangel to finish off the day with.
Yes, so it's going to be the same for the entire tournament. You guys would have been familiar with the sequence by now, and Tego is still one of those wildcard maps, right? Because like there are so many circle possibilities that I think by just this tournament it's not possible for us to see all the possibilities. So it's still quite a wildcard sort of a map for the teams out there in case they got challenged with a map that they're not with a circle that they're not familiar with.
Yeah, so let's have a recap on the total leaderboard here, ladies and gentlemen. Theroton 5 obviously have been dominant throughout this entire grand finals here. They currently is sitting on the scoreline of 180 points, but just about 33 points behind them is Genius Esports, hailing from Vietnam. They had a really good run actually over the course of day number 4, allowing them to overtake New Generation Esports, who currently sits in that 3rd spot there, only 7 points behind. Then we also have Purple Moon Esports, which I consider to be one of the more aggressive teams in this competition here, and credit to them, you know, all that efforts allowed them to take the 4th spot, just 2 points behind the top 3. So certainly a very doable kind of trajectory for them if they want to try to compete against the top 3 guys. Then next up, you also have Archangel Predator, a fantastic performance they showed in day number 4, allowing them to get up to rank number 5 when previously, you know, they've been languishing in that second page of the leaderboard. Then you still have Global Esports Exit, the pride of Taiwan, being able to stay in 6th place right now, still tossing up, you know, the top 8 teams here in this PUBG Asia Super Cup, which is really great to see. Then in 7th place, the winner of the fan vote was able to make their way into this competition and actually surprised us with the level of consistency they showed during the last chance qualifiers. They're currently now sitting in 7th place, ahead of the very highly regarded Daytrade Gaming, the absolute titans of the Thai region. Has so far, you know, had a really slow start to this competition now, but after having made up a lot of places, especially in day number 3, they're still in the top 8.
Yeah, we are talking about T5 opening up a 33-point gap with the 2nd place as of now, which is Genius Esports. But 33 points with 5 more games to go, it's mathematically still possible for them to be caught up, so they still cannot let their guns down for now. Whereas for the other teams who are in pursuit for the number 1 spot, they won't be giving up for sure. They will be hoping that T5 will be eliminated earlier. But from what we've seen yesterday, at least T5 put them in different situations. With the circle, without the circle, being challenged, without being challenged, they're still able to overcome the odds. So they're just showing why they warrant themselves at the number 1 spot. And not only that, they become the first team to break that triple-digit kill point mark.
Yeah, so as for the other teams as well, they're still not that far out of the competition, really. You can see even Cerberus Esports having 100 points, so I think there's still a decent chance for them even to try to get themselves up into the top 8 here by the end of the day, as long as things kind of work out well for them. As far as we talk about kill leaders though, Rosset Jr. has been the outstanding performer in this grand finals here, 39 kills for himself. T5 is, and it's kind of funny for T5 as well, where I consider, especially the way they've been like playing so far in day number 4 is that they tend to avoid engagements, but when they do come down to it, they can still absolutely hold their own against some of the top guys in this competition here, even heading off fights coming from NGE's Fab as well as Hakai, able to hold off fights coming from Genius Esports' Chloris, and AAA as well have also been able to find good fights against other teams as well, and consistently have been able to pick up kill points against them. And that's why J-Dai deserves a lot of respect here for being able to be part of the top 5 here as far as kills go.
And speaking about respect, of course, there's a lot of respect for this team now. T5 or Theroton 5 currently at the lead with a 33-point gap. That will take them, okay, if they were to be caught up by maybe the 2nd or 3rd place team by now, it would take them maybe like 2 rounds of going out early without points or with very minimal points. So with 5 more games to go, yes, that's why it's mathematically possible, but realistically, they are looking really, really strong at this moment. And since they held that number 1 spot in day number 1 after they got the chicken dinner in round number 3, they just went all the way. They never dropped from that number 1 spot since then.
Yeah, that's the thing. They have 3 chicken dinners in this competition so far, the most out of everyone else. Their average rank, after having played 20 matches has been 5.7. It's incredible how consistent these guys are, just finding points every single round, even if they aren't in the top 8. And then when they are in the top 8, are still able to bring some exciting fights and get themselves into the top 4 so consistently. Another team that also deserves a lot of credit here is Genius Esports. This is right now the top performing team from Vietnam itself, and certainly a huge contender for one of the top teams in Asia by my regards. And even though the stats themselves obviously a little bit lower compared to Theroton 5, it is still significantly higher when you consider all the other teams that have been competing here. Genius Esports, true to their name as well, have been also very good at making combat decisions, and that has allowed them to pick up a chicken dinner for themselves for the longest time. They've been able to sustain themselves just by virtue of collecting good points and being involved in final phase fights, and finding all that came together really brilliantly when they finally got their chicken dinner.
Yeah, and Genius Esports, they're only 5 eliminations away from hitting that 100 mark as well, so not too far. Pretty sure they can get it here today. But here, looking at the highlights again, I think that yesterday was a very eventful day. We saw a lot of very interesting stuff that happened, just like what we see on screen right here. Cerberus Esports and AAA not letting go of each other. The Picado fight has not ended yet, even on the second Miramar yesterday as well. The blue was on them, but they're still there, nobody really wants to budge.
That's the thing, and I think out of all these kind of teams that take these hot drops, the one team that's kind of suffered the most out of these failures is certainly Cerberus Esports, because the rounds where they are not knocked out in the first phases of the match are usually the rounds where they are able to place somewhere in the top 8 anyway. So just because you're so stubborn in wanting to continue to take the same landing spot every single time, always puts them within within danger of being eliminated by attack all around, by CES as well. So this is making Cerberus themselves, underperform actually during this grand finals here. When I think, especially coming out of the Vietnam series, this is one of the teams that I really was watching out during these grand finals. And safe to say, they will certainly be looking to try to end this tournament here by trying to recover as many points as they can. But as far as trying to compete with the top guys here, I think it's still very much a very tough kind of proposition for them, especially with only 5 more matches to go.
Yeah, it is very challenging, especially when you put the best teams in Asia together, right? I mean, we did talk about like, okay, they merit themselves into this stage. It's not like any of them were directly invited into the grand finals. They were top 8 in the group stages and top 8 of the LCQ. And speaking about the LCQ, right now, just a reminder for everyone, I think some of our viewers and some might be surprised at the fact that Theaton 5 is actually an LCQ team, but they are so ahead now.
That's the thing. Even from the Thai series, I never pegged them to be like one of the top 3 coming out of Thailand itself. And I think ever since this LCQ, something must have like switched inside these guys' heads. Really gave them a lot of confidence. Just come out the gate swinging for the grand finals. I mean, the 2 top 3 performances in day one's wrangled rounds, I think, was really critical there in allowing them to take that lead very early into this grand finals. And I think with how consistent they've been able to take like less risky decisions for themselves, which is again kind of like the benefit you have as like the leader overall. But they've really taken that sort of mindset to the utmost, the best possible way, even coming into competition here, because even in times when you felt that today is certainly going to be the day that they're going to be taken down by someone else, they will just suddenly come around and surprise you with a chicken dinner, and then you go like, well, okay, I guess Theaton 5 is still in this. They're still going to be rank 1, and I think we've constantly asked the question again and again, what's going to be able to take down these boys here? But it seems like answer is still going to be up in the air.
Yeah, well, until the game's over, it's not over yet.
That's
right?
true.
Yeah,
that's true.
So like a team like E-Arena right now, they are at number 15. Obviously, the point gap is just too far away for them to become the champions. But then again, there's still a bigger portion of the prize pool for them to cash. So everyone has their own motivation today, even though they are on page number 2. Theaton 5, well, we can talk about them the entire day, right? They are just up there. They're performing really well. They survive very, very long. Averagely, they have one of the best survival rate, obviously. So that's why we see a lot of them in action as well. And if you noticed yesterday as well, when they got that chicken dinner yesterday, normally a team would be like, yay, happy, all smiles, giving fist bumps and all that. Well, I don't think they can. But the point is that they still remain calm and focused. They're like, yes, we got the chicken dinner job done for that round, but the next round is a whole new round. So the level of focus is there, that they know that it's not over till it's over.
I think that's an important character trait to have, as a high-performing professional team. The ability to control your emotions even under immense pressure, and I think it also speaks to the mindset that these boys have coming to this competition, knowing that just any sort of being able to suppress any sort of sense of panic, or when things don't go wrong for them, they're still able to calmly reflect on the situation, and react as accordingly here. And even when even in these kind of wins they actually get, being able to see like the bigger picture, it's not about winning these individual battles. It's about making efforts to winning the whole war itself. In this field of top 16 teams in Asia, I think that's the kind of mindset you need to carry as a team here. That's really aiming for that victory, and it's only at the very end, once you've already crossed that finish line, that you can let all those emotions just come out.
Yeah, and I believe we will see that from one of the teams today. Well, who is it going to be? Well, I'm going to hold my horses as well. We're going to stay chill until then. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This will be the first game for our final day today. And since it's Miramar, we're going to keep our eye on to Picado AAA. Probably might go up against Cerberus against, yeah. And they are flying. They are floating towards there.
They are yet again, ladies and gentlemen, both of them just flying together, headed towards the Picado region here. With this flight path being north biased here, I do see some teams actually taking advantage of this to try to secure some good spots. Day-Trade already got themselves straight onto Alcantara, and that's going to be a good loot spot for them themselves. T5, no surprise to see them dropping off in the north side as well. They've always consistently done this in every single Miramar round. So now the hot drop is happening here, ladies ladies and gentlemen, right over Picado. Looks like Triple A as well as CS are coming onto the scene now, just kind of see where they want to try to land. So previously, I think Cerberus has already learned their lesson from the last really bad engagement they had against Attack All Around. Looks like Taikon and Haisaki going straight for the warehouse, but looks like everyone's coming to the stadium here. Oh boy, this is gonna be juicy.
Oh yeah, we're gonna start it off with a knockdown. Taikon managed to get it with a shotgun. And Haisaki getting onto Ecclesia as well. Haisaki gets 2. And this is the fastest elimination so far. I'm pretty sure this is the fastest.
Bruh, he was doing that with a shotgun. The whole dang time, and Triple A just not able to hold their own here. I could hear even like surprise cheers coming from the production studio there, to see how fast that engagement went there. So Cerberus finally putting some sweet revenge on the Triple A, because remember yesterday, Attack All Around was one who limited CS in almost a similarly quick fashion, but I think CS just kind of had the beat here a little bit.
Yeah, I sometimes it's also like the luck of when you land what sort of weapon that you got, right?
True.
Like the moment they land, they managed to pick up a shotgun, and with the sort of distance between the shotgun user and also the Triple A member, it's like, yeah, the distance is just nice for them to just pop that shot, and one shot with the shotgun without any armor onto you as a start, it's an immediate knockdown.
Immediately. So now that team is removed, I'm sorry to say that things are going to be quieting down a little bit here on Miramar, because there's no other teams that are going to be making massive movements here. The circle is landing on top of Monte Nuevo, so that's good news actually for one call, as well as CES, because it lands right on top of them here. But you also have Genus Esports also reaching into the center of the circle here. Got E-Arena ramping down from the western side. We've seen them do this before. They tend to always focus on the hill, or rather the mountain range that's over to the west of Ladriela. But I feel that if they really want to maintain good control over this western circle, they have to pay attention to the cliffs, because that's where teams like Archangel Predator were able to use that as a staging point and actually got better control over the west part of the circle compared to E-Arena. Eventually, they collapsed onto E-Arena themselves, took them out, and pretty much were the kings of the west side of the circle.
Yeah, oh, okay, GX just passing by Fab. Now Fab, because he's all alone doing a little bit of scouting work. Let's see, okay, he takes the shot, it's with an AK, and the sort of, this is not going to be easy to hit the shot, so even if he doesn't hit anyone, I guess it's forgivable.
Yeah, certainly forgivable there. But then again, I don't think he's that close with his teammates right now. Like, he's a little bit far forward actually compared to the rest of his squad. So if anything, like if the GX decides to turn around and try to fight onto himself, it might actually turn out a little bit bad for NGE here. Unicorn Venom spots Purple Mood trying to cut across their own compound here. Sapao has an SLR in hand and is trying to get some pings there. I think PLM has felt the shots coming true, so that's why they're also trying to dodge all of this by getting themselves closer to that dune over by the road, so that avoids a lot of fire coming in from both Silky as well as Sapao themselves. No knockdowns coming from their side though, so Unicorn Venom is still trying to find a good shot here, but it seems like PLM should be able to get by without too much trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it feels more like a warning shot if you use a barrel to spray from that sort of distance. Okay, now that they switch over to an SLR, it's more of a suitable weapon. It does hit onto Tanawat. Tanawat has to land on the other building, so they're just next to each other though. But Purple Mood Esports now coming in onto one call.
That's the thing. They actually were using that path to get themselves to Monte Nuevo. Chipperit, though, he finds Tanawat and already knocks him down, taking a position up on the sniper tower there that allowed him to get a good shot there in the Purple Mood. So that's forced them now into a fighting position here. We got Fluky having to take onto the hill just to the distance of where Monte Nuevo is, trying to provide some fire support while PLM tries to take over the compound just at this T-junction here. Should be able to hold this compound right now, as one call isn't exactly pressuring them too hard. They're a little bit spread out over Monte Nuevo, to be fair though. Cerberus Esports also having found vehicles are also on their way to try to reach out of Picado itself to try to secure some other complexes around the main road and put them in a little bit of a position here to actually surround the expendables here. So this could be another fight to break out over on Strumacera.
Yeah, just looking over at the numbers, right? Triple A, if they didn't go out early, like being the first one to go out, they after this one, they possibly could catch up to top 5, considering the points are quite close with GX and Archangel Predator. Maybe even Purple Mood Esports if they're able to pull off something big. But it is what it is, that they went out early, and because of that early elimination, Daytrade Gaming, Q Confirm, Myth, and maybe even Cerberus Esports could catch up to them.
So GEX in the meantime are still holding up in Jumasera's main village compound itself. Although you got Zhenan having a good high ground here. Daytrade is moving down from the south side. They're going to be in a collision course with EA though as Zixi tries to spray them down with try to ping them down with this Mark 12. Not able to get any hits though, even though he does have an 8x scope. It's quite hard to take a good lead here on this weapon here because again, it's a very long range here and the 5.56 doesn't exactly have a good amount of range, especially that far away. You tend to want to use something like M24 or something in order to have enough firepower. Daytrade's Norins though still gives chase, but unfortunately gets stopped in his tracks there by the boulder, so he will not be able to close his distance with Zixi anyway.
Yeah, if not, he might consider going for the pursuit. But then again, it's a risky play as well because if you're chasing one person, you don't have information where the other team members are at. So it becomes a risk whereby it could be a bait. He leads you to somewhere, the other members are waiting, and you just get swarmed by the opponent.
Especially in a team situation, you don't want to overextend, right? You don't want to be too far away that your teammates wouldn't be able to back you up. So good thing for Norins though that he collected that boulder because it got stopped him, because if he continue even further on to try to continue to chase Zixi, that might put him in the gun sights of both Inside and KM99 who are already set up in the compound up on the hillside. Jipperit though still under pressure from PLM is attempting to scan out or scan through the windows to hopefully find a lucky shot to get a knockdown here onto Purple Mood. But until then, Purple Mood can continue to have control over that complex there. Lyrics in the meantime trying to reposition himself because Q Confirm is actually set up down south from where he is. Urpazapa Louis is actually in the higher ground compared to him, and that's actually putting him under a bit of pressure right now because there's a potential for E Arena to be taking a fight on two fronts right now, on the north with Daytrade and then on the south with Q Confirm.
Fluky, very, very far away from his teammates, picking this high ground, just getting information, his vantage point basically. So, will he be taking shots from here? Unless he get a really clear one, maybe not. But speaking of taking shots, Tycon taking down Ninja 2K is going to be kill number 5 for Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, Cerberus is actually pushing up this hill here that the Expendables were basically holed up in. Now, they haven't actually taken onto the compound here, so they're still out in the open right now, which could be a good chance here for some members of CES to find kills. So we got Tycon right now being pushed up by Tanvu. We got Hanimas on the hill just across from there. So he's going to be coming up to link up with Tycon in order to back him up here before the rest of the Expendables will be able to pile in. But so far, the other members of Expendables though are not really pushing up against them hills specifically, just trying to take some compounds around this hilltop position here in order to try to keep the CS surrounded. Now Tanvu is going to be forced to fall down a little bit here. It's hoping that Duck Juice's position here is going to allow him to pour some fire onto CS position. They're going to try to open up onto Hamas, but Hamas still gets knocked down. Should be able to finish off Tanvu, but unfortunately has to get down to the ditch here because a lot of fire is coming from many different directions.
Managed to get in just in time, and he also managed to secure that elimination point. So it's going to be 6 for Cerberus Esports. Wow, they are going on rampage more than this round.
Pretty much. But then again, now that Haisaki and Solusi has picked up compounds for themselves, it should be a good fallback point if Haimas or Tycon still come under heavy fire here from TE. But the Expendables now will be moving to try to regroup anyway because I don't think they have... Yeah, Ninja 2K has already been taken out early on, so with Tanvu taken out, now they're going to be playing as a duo here. Global Esports Exit coming under fire right now as I think Myth is moving up into their position too, having just joined in to the safe zone right now in their convoy here. And Gex is also getting their cars right now because I think they want to try to get into the safe zone before Myth does so they can actually secure some positions. But unfortunately, the south side of the circle is looking rather crowded though, so they might just be running into a firefight if they were even to go now.
Yeah, this circle is kind of tricky as well. It's in the middle of a crossroad, so I really wonder where this circle will go because you need to manage the road at some point of the circle. And yeah, it's pretty much like a guess for these teams to kind of like roll the dice and see whether they're lucky or not. But Chibirit,
surrounding GE right now, so they're going for a straight up direct confrontation here. Sylphia getting up very far forward here, tries to go for the spray, doesn't quite catch Surti though, so now he ducks in behind the G in order to avoid damage, but Deva has been caught around the outside there by Utah, who finishes him off there with the Mini 14. Now Surti has a frag grenade, he's going to send it towards XK1, doesn't quite find him though, he's able to get up forward with the blocks there and actually knocks down Surti. Now Chloris is in the building just across from this warehouse right now, so I think Enter 436 will be focused onto him right now, trying to find a position there, while Starlord still stays on the outside there to watch out for anyone from Genius Esports who decides to run out of the compound. But Young B, he's not running away, he's coming straight into the firefight here to join up his teammates.
Oh, but Starlord is on the other side though, so he's giving long-range cover fire, but his position doesn't seem to be really suitable to help his teammates. At this point, his two teammates are inside of the building. They're being surrounded by the members of Genius Esports. At the same time, Jaxi taken out by 777. The nade tossed onto the other side, but will not connect onto XK1. XK1 goes in for the rush, hides into the corner, waiting for anyone to come in, but everyone's still holding their ground.
Yeah, and the whole time Biv is also wrapping around from the south side, so they have to finish up this fight. Sylphia gets knocked out of UV, while Utah gets the trade now. XK1 comes out in front, does a lot of damage. Utah knocks him down as well. Chloris is, I think, the last person standing now for Genius Esports, while E36 continue to clean up house right now. Chloris is rushing up forward here to try to hit things off here. Now he's going to go for the revive a little bit, but still not too secure around here. He's going to try to clear out the other members of E36 right now. And he's only Starlord still on the outside, so GE still will be able to clean up the warehouse for themselves. So that's at least good for them right now. He's going to be sending out whatever smoke grenades he has to try to cover the doorways that prevent Starlord from being able to take shots on them. But nevertheless, Myth actually finds him around the outside, takes him down now. This time around, they're going to be keeping GE still siege in this compound.
Oh, and they're puncturing the vehicle. So now one vehicle is out. Not suitable to be used anymore for GE, and Myth can keep eyes onto them, and whenever they exit from the compound, they can actually be shot down by Myth. But looking over at the city, looks like EA very, very interested to take kills here from afar. It's going to be 777 taken down by one call. It's going to be Trick and Nader down.
Yep, Duck Juice is also very close to where Trick is. Actually, he's already reached into the compound here. CES as well is looking to try to find a way to get themselves closer to Monte Nuevo, but nevertheless will still be content to hold the two little buildings that's just along this main road here on the eastern side. The circle is now closing around here. You can see how crowded things are at this stage here. E-Arena still has control over the hill over the side of Ladriela. The circle still lands, keeping Monte Nuevo in play, and also landing closer to Power Grid too, allowing Myth to actually hold into their position here, so they can continue to keep the siege going onto Genius Esports, while AAP now, having moved out from El Pozo, are now joining into this next save zone here, and that's putting them into a good place here to pressure Unicorn Venom and maybe even T5, although T5 is already starting to pour fire onto them.
Well, the residents of Monte Nuevo will be praying that they get the next phase of the circle, because imagine the circle goes up to the right side of the map, then everyone from Monte Nuevo will need to come out, and we all know what's going to happen from there.
Well, Day Trade is actually moving in all the way to the center of this next circle here, so they seem to be looking to stay as flexible as possible here, because they don't really have a good staging point either way on the western side, but they do find themselves a nice little shack here just north of Monte Nuevo itself. They got UV currently under fire from T5. They're going to be pulling out of their position right now to move further towards Monte Nuevo. Fluky from PLM actually going on a solo trip right now on his bike. Actually might have spotted Duck Juice there, but then Duck Juice is also trying to run away from CES's fire right now, as Q Confirm is coming in with an E pickup right now to join into the circle. Duck Juice still in his Mustang trying to get around this complex here. Finds a nice little shack here to hold up for the meantime though, but the whole time though, CES has been constantly keeping an eye out for him. They know exactly where his position is, can't quite knock him down though.
Okay, CES managed to get across at least, so they have lesser resistance if they want to get into the next phase. But now T5 spots down someone who used an emergency pickup and not able to land those shots anyway. But T5, and they're at the position whereby as long as they stay chill, they don't go out early, they'll be fine anyway. So I think T5 is just going to play it safe and still for this round at least.
That's actually a nice position that Q Confirm managed to land into. It's like a nice little ditch that gives them a bit of cover. Unfortunately, there's still teams having seen where they landed are certainly going to be watching out for their own movements too. New generation of esports moving in from the south side. You already got Pubg going in way ahead of the rest of his squad here to try to find a staging point. He's actually going to be dropping off right now, and that's going to be close to where CES is. Now, New generation has to wrap around where GAX, Global Esports Exit, are currently stationed at, so they will have to hold themselves out and finding a checkpoint closer to the border. Right now, fires are coming around onto Vanguard as well as Fob as they are using the emergency pickup to get themselves on top of the Monte Nuevo. Look at how many teams just shooting onto Fob right now. Highmas though will pick up the kill nevertheless, and they also will pick up Van Ung, so NGE now down 2.
Ooh, I wonder how many kills now. Okay, it's going to be 8 elimination points for Cerberus Esports. At this moment, they're going crazy this round, and they're not done yet. They still want to take those long range shots, try to secure as many as possible. I guess they're looking at a bigger piece of the prize pool, basically, and they want to do really, really well this time around. And the circle shifted, and as we predicted, Monte Nuevo is no longer in it.
Only the part of Monte Nuevo is held by PLM is still in the play there, so wow, that's a coup de grace if I've ever seen one coming out from Purple Mood themselves. And it's also supremely good that Daytrade and Q Confirm actually got themselves into this circle here, having taken a move from now. So you got Gex as well as E-Arena trying to reach into this inner reaches of the safe zone now. Gex taking fire from Cerberus Esports. We're still not done trying to collect this kill points. And historically speaking, you know, if Cerberus wins their first phase fight, they tend to last a very long time. So I expect to see that kill count continue to climb right now for Cerberus. If Tycon can find an additional one there into GE, that might be good. Gex, they found themselves a nice little position just next door to where Q Confirm is. They're going to keep them under pressure.
Yeah, Cerberus Esports, they're no stranger to chicken dinner inside Mirama, so they definitely know how to do that. Let's see if they can overcome the other challenges after this. As now we can see within the circle, we have a good number of teams here, including T5 within it. We have Q Confirm in it as well. T5 still within compound, but because it's a 4-phase circle, they might want to consider to move after this because it's likely that they won't have the circle, but when they move, it's going to be Myth on top of the high ground together with Q Confirm waiting for them.
Yep, Q Confirm, well, they know they're being sieged right now by GE, so that's why they're just peeking very nervously over those dunes. As soon as GE moves, GX moves, they have to also move at the same time though, because they're not exactly in a good place there for frag grenades coming out from their way. You got NGE's that blue starting to come into the middle of this as well, so that's drawn a bit of fire away from them for now. Daytrade out on the main road, they're actually still being spotted by Q Confirm at the same time as Unicorn Venom, so they're constantly keeping Daytrade suppressed within their tiny little shack over there. Pet Dread from Q Confirmed though has the foldable shields already set up there, so they're still looking to try to hold this position as long as they can, but still very much worried about whether or not Gex is going to start pouring whatever frag grenades they have in the kit. But you also have Biff at the same time starting to move onto Gex's position. They're starting to draw that fire away from Q Confirmed for now, so as long as they continue to dig in there, they shouldn't be facing too much pressure, at least until the fight between GEX as well as Myth has finished up.
Oh, here we go! Cerberus Esports crashing in onto Genius Esports, and now Genius, they need to defend this area, but Yuda knocking down so easy, another one from Cerberus Esports.
Yep, there's only 2 members of GE here, mind you, as he has still had a full stack, at least until then. Now he was still going to send a frag grenade out, Gex Leo actually find a grenade kill against Myth, but for now, GE is still trying to head off this assault coming in from CES. They're trying to get into the main door, trying to send whatever frag grenades through, but still not connecting yet. Now the blue zone has collapsed here onto this position here, forcing them now to fight within this one corner of the warehouse, but Genius Esports can still keep them cut off anyway. The knockdown still coming in very much so for Team Cerberus here. In the meantime, Made in Thailand had just been taken out by Gex, so it looks like they lose out in that fight over there, but nevertheless the fight still continues here for CS. Highmas is inside the safe zone right now, but the GE can now just go ahead and clear out all the other members there, leaving Highmas to be the only member remaining here for CS.
Oh, this fight's not over yet. The nade overhead. Luckily, it did not knock down anyone, so it's still okay. But Himas is still around shooting on the Chloris. Chloris turns his back, tries to find the target, but can't get a clear sight. 20 more seconds before the zone closes, and then it by the edge of the blue, meaning that these two teams will be one of the first teams to receive it.
Yeah, Hymas actually was in this shack that's in the corridor of the warehouse the whole time, so that kept him very much out of fire from GE. So it looks like he will be able to pull away here without even continuing this confrontation here. So for now, though, we're going to be looking at Q Confirm, who already found Rossetet Jr. around the outside. Continue takes a fight here. Hasawat thinking very low here. Leon trying to go for the task, but not able to find a hit there. Will be forced to fall back, but he gets knocked down instead. Q Confirm 1-for-1 right now. Hasawat sends a frag grenade out, hoping to finish on Leon Q there. It will connect, but not enough to finish off completely. Pong will continue to follow up there. He also finds Pedret as well, but UV using this opportunity now tries to keep them suppressed. Leon Q will be taken out by a shot here from Pong nevertheless though, but T5 continues to collapse on the QC's position. It's a perfect place for them to start sending frag grenades down. It's starting to bear fruit now as Tanadol flanks around the other side, finds Upsuper Louis, but he already got taken down by Hasawat in the other side anyway.
Oh yeah, T5 is starting to collect elimination points now. They got 3 in the back at this moment, and now we have another team on the outside, but we move over to Yudan, getting knocked down to Tanadol, but the counter fire is coming in. Chloris now super duper low, only 2 health left. Chloris tries to survive this, but Patapong is there to mop up the rest.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for them. You know, they were still huddled in that warehouse, but then he's been swallowed up in the blue zone, forcing them to move north, but that was in straight away to T5, just fresh off of the victory against Q Confirmed just now. So there was just literally the bad timing for them in any way, shape you can kind of face it. In the meantime, PLM Fluky finally gets taken down by Evil Patria's AAP, just continues to extend the control over the north side of Monte Novo. It takes over the compound that was still in play right now. T5 now filling out with their getting out of that touch there with the Jeep. Unfortunately, Hatsawa will get caught out. He's going to be taken down. Pantamon continues on, nevertheless, though, together with his teammate. But I think T5 may be in a world of hurt right now because they're out in the middle of no man's land, and plenty of teams know exactly where they are.
Well, they are the indestructible T5, so with Pantamon still alive, well, anything can still happen. But now the nade from inside will toss into the shack. But the nade, oh no! Unfortunately, did not get into the shack.
Duck Juice just read that situation perfectly, came outside and caught him while he was still in mid-throw, so that was perfect there for TE's Duck Juice, but he again is alone right now. NGE in the meantime, they pop their heads out a little bit and come under fire just around the outside. Zixi is going to come up here to try to back up to inside, but Duck Juice continues to keep him suppressed though, so that's forcing him now to spend a smoke grenade in order to cover his approach to get the revive onto inside here. Lyrics is still holding up by the southern part of this circle here, and he's in the position where like he can also spot out where the AAP is, but AAP is starting to take his attention away, so that's putting E-Arena in a bit of a tight spot here in this fight against Duck Juice, unfortunately.
Okay, here we go. The shack fight. Duck Juice 1v2. The nade onto him, dropping himself down to 40%. And now he needs to be careful. He cannot overextend. If he goes behind, it's going to be NGE who could see him. But E-Arena is putting focus onto the shack. They're trying to go in for the wraparound, but can't find a good angle.
They can't find it at all, and E-Arena just had to kind of push up hard and just hope they would be able to knock him down before. So another frag ready to come down, but Zixi comes around just in the nick of time to catch Duck Juice off guard, so he will take it out and take control over this shack for good. So now E-Arena will have control over this sector of the circle, which is on the eastern side. Day Trade is still in the middle there, closer to the main road, so that's still giving them a good angle to keep an eye out for E-Arena's movements at the moment. And you got AAP moving over the south side to continue to pressure onto Lyrics now. They're actually right up against his faces here. They want to try to take control of the south point away from E-Arena.
Yeah, they got to win this fight. They got to find an entry into the circle by taking out the opponents from E-Arena. E-Arena knows that our Interpreter needs to get onto them, so they're prepared right now. We can see their formation. They're opening up. They're finding different angles in case Archangel Predator shows themselves across the hill.
That's the thing. So Archangel Predator, though, they did well to try to secure a higher point here, and the Dune is providing enough, just barely enough cover there for Algebot to continue to pour fire onto Lyrics and the other members of E-Arena. But UV now also is moving on to Day Trade here. The smoke is giving them cover, but a frag when it comes out in the middle there, that's going to blow up one of the cars. Not enough to get the knockdowns done on the Day Trade. Now they're just going to return the favor, though, sending one of frag grenades with Sapao. He already got a knockdown there. Smell is still trying to get the shots. He already got one onto Belmoth there. Oh, actually, Zixi got a one onto Belmoth there. there, so that's helping out UV somewhat. NBK is going to be coming in to help him out while Smell tries to get a revive there. Norins is going to continue to send frag grenades down and stun grenades as well to try to stop him in his tracks, but Daydream Gaming, they still feel the pressure coming with UV. Smell pops over on top there, almost gets sprayed down by Norins, but another frag grenade sent down that way is going to try to catch out Sapao, but he manages to get knocked out of the way just in the nick of time.
Oh, but NBK is going to come in from behind, and now we managed to get a knockdown finally after all of that. It's going to be that blue ticket of Patapong. Patapong for T5 right now have been eliminated. And we can see that the UV, they are planning for the next missile circle. They're opening up Sly High at the higher area of the map. And now that the circle shifted, NBK is the one in it, so they have a representative inside.
That's the thing. He's providing fire from the back while Zapawa and Smell are trying to fight in the other side. But AAP as well keeping UV pressure there, and that actually catches Zapawa off because now Daydream got the knockdown there. Smell is going to have to turn around. He does get a knockdown in the ribs, but this thing are not looking good for their position here on the flank. NBK has to move forward here, and he's trying to do that rapidly with his car right now. Can he get some good smashes there? Oh, but the car stopped in his track, and he will get knocked down instead. Smell moves up forward, gets an elimination stun, and Daydream are out in 5th.
Oh, there was a nice follow-up there by Smell, especially taking the entire Daydream Gaming squad, and that will allow them to get into the next missile circle. They just need to rendezvous together with their teammate on the other side, but it's going to be Smell. He's not stopping yet. Knockdown and elimination onto Evil Patrick, but wait a second, Evil Patrick denied himself?
Denied himself? Okay, that's one kill point down. Smell, unfortunately, was not able to get the kill point onto Nan, as Bots was able to return fire just in time, but he's standing alone right now for Archangel Predator. He needs to get the revive onto Nan in order to continue taking his fight, but nevertheless, he still decides to move forward anyway, sensing there's an opportunity here to eliminate UV. Thing is that until he still has a lot of health, MBK may be a little bit low, but now he's getting healed up, but he does get a knockdown until he anyway. Now just one more member to go, which is going to be NBK. He gets a heal up. NBK sends out a stun grenade though in order to try to hit him off, but Algebros is already in position now. He tries to go for the tab, he tries to go for the peek here. NBK still trying to get a revive on his teammates all the while. Algebros is getting closer and closer with the on-off shotgun right now, trying to find him inside the smoke, only providing a little bit of cover. He sprays it, he's desperate to try to eliminate them, but he still cannot see him as NBK gets himself healed up.
Oh, if only he has nades, if only he has tossable utilities at that point, he'll be happy to use it, but at the same time, Smell eliminated by ZZ for E Arena. Right now, we can see that Larry's from the long range putting pressure onto UV. Aljimbo finally finishes off Sly High, and that is it for them. We are on to the top 3 teams still.
Oh, the thing is, he's still trying to get NBK, he's still trying to fight him, but that is his downfall. He gets taken up by NBK instead, and now all that fight in the south is actually given control now to E Arena as they now wrap down south, having taken control of the center of the circle. They just need to find NBK, the last remaining member from Unicorn Venom, and they will get the chicken dinner. Still running forward here, Frag Grenade comes out, but not enough. KO99 finishes him off. E Arena takes the winner, chicken dinner.
Well, E Arena finally getting a chicken dinner inside the grand finals. This is their first chicken dinner inside of it, and the last time we saw them, they were at number 15, and with this chicken dinner, definitely a let's see, yeah, I think we could with the kill counts that they have, definitely they would have broken the 100-point mark and bring themselves up. So great job here for E Arena, really showing the spirit of not giving up.
It's crazy. Here's one thing I gotta say. Like, that chicken has been evading E Arena this whole dang time, and finally they caught it. They finally caught it in their hands right now, and it took them 5 days of grand finals in order to do so. That's fantastic. It just goes to show that, you know, these teams, you know, you can't count any of them out. Any one of them will have the potential for a winner chicken dinner. It's just a matter of like the decisions they make from time to time. And I think Archangel Predator's Algebros kind of dropped the ball a little bit, because I felt that if he wasn't able to get a kill against NBK early enough, he should have fallen back. He should have got a revive onto Nan. Then they will still have a chance to actually head up the attack coming in from E Arena somewhat. But because he was so intent, so hyper focused on trying to get that last kill point there onto Unicorn Venom to eliminate them, that completely gave him tunnel vision and just allowed E Arena to take advantage of that situation there and just take control over the circle while they're just tied up in that fight on the south point of that safe zone.
Yeah, perhaps if he had throwable utilities like a nade, like maybe a molly, that job would have been done quickly, but just so happy he doesn't have that. And he can't even go for the wraparound because there's E Arena waiting on the other side. So in case he opened up the flank, he tried to get an off angle, E Arena would shoot him down. So that was the best situation that he could have been in, and this was the that moment at that time.
Yeah, I mean, he got another Silky, which was already good enough, but he just couldn't find it against NBK because he was hiding not just behind the cars, but also the foldable shield as well. So it's really difficult for him to actually get the ping, even though NBK was just so low at that point, right? But again, without the throwables, without the backup on Nan as well to take another flank somewhere to take the attention away from LG's bot's position, I think that was a tactical error in that regard here. It was just, I think, like in the spur of a moment kind of decision he made, but look at that, it just costed Archangel Predator a chance to basically get second rank here in this competition.
Or maybe at least give opportunity for a team that has yet to get a chicken dinner inside the grand finals, right?
Okay, yeah, that'd be a good way to spin it too.
Yeah, so now we're striking off teams who have yet to get a chicken dinner. I think right now it's going to be, it's obviously E36 is one of them who has yet to get a chicken dinner. One call, E36, it seems to be like only two teams. Yeah, it seems like only two teams.
Yeah, I think it's only just those two teams.
Right.
The Expendables and the Force 86 have not gotten their chicken dinner quite yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's three teams. Oh,
Yeah,
two teams.
2 or 3 teams.
Hang on, let's count.
Let's go. 1, 2, 3, and then Arena's gotten 1. 3 teams.
So 3 teams. Okay, together with one call. So 3 teams left with 4 more games to go. Come on, everyone! At least everyone gets to celebrate their chicken dinner.
Yeah, once. At least once.
Yeah.
So that just shows how competitive this region is. I mean, when I say region, I mean we're talking about the top teams from all these different countries here. We've got Thailand and Vietnam having the bulk of competitors here, obviously. But so far, there's still any team is still having the potential to pull off a run like this. And E-Arena having 18 points in the hand, I think will be certainly pleased with this performance here, no doubt. As you look at the other on the other end, though, I think some of these teams are still having good kill points in themselves. Cerberus and Genius, in spite of the fact that they weren't part of the top 8, still were able to get 9 and 8 kills respectively. So not a bad performance at all for them, putting them in 4th and 5th right now for this match itself. Archangel Predator could have gotten a little bit more off of Unicorn Venom there, but nevertheless, with NBK surviving the final onslaught, they will still be able to take 1 placement point ahead of Archangel Predator, and with the 10 kill points that's already come through for them, that's enough to keep them in that second spot.
Yeah, and the fact that there's all the top contenders for the number 1 spot, right? Their points are really, really close in this round. So it's like Genius Esports, 8 points, and then T5, 6 points. With the 2 points difference, definitely the number 1 spot is not shaken just yet, but even like closing up the gap is not that much of a difference as well. So here we have the total leaderboard, and so far T5 still has a 31-point gap with number 2.
Yeah, Genius Esports finally getting 103 kill points, putting them in the 3-digit mark on kill points alone now. So that's fantastic to see here. But not much movements, I would think, actually, for this first page here. Although Attack All Around drops down 1 place behind Global Esports Exit right now. Q Confirm still stuck in that 9th spot, but at least are able to widen the gap between themselves and Main and Thailand by 2, making it now a 3-point lead or a gap between Q Confirm and Main and Thailand. Here, Cerberus Esports, off of those 10 kills, not enough to overtake Main and Thailand quite yet, but still enough to stay ahead of Unicorn Venom nevertheless, even though Unicorn Venom still got a lot of points here in this first match here alone. So E-Arena, even though they got a chicken dinner, they were still like stuck in that in the second page anyway, but at least they're already ahead of 1 call by that 1 point. They're reaching closer and closer to Unicorn Venom, so hopefully another good performance somewhere in this day could hopefully close this distance.
Okay, so looking over at the kill leaders, it's very rare for us to see members of EA within it. So we got 2 here, we got KM99 as well as ZZ, and ZZ's most memorable moment, of course, is his second place finish that he held on very, very well. I believe it was one of the Erangel games 2 days ago or something like that. And other than that, we have Smell here. He always comes up as one of the top fraggers in the single round. Tycoon for Cerberus Esports, and in this round, Cerberus Esports collected 9 elimination points. That is huge for a team without a single placement point.
That's the thing. Taikon is still investing so hard in good shots there and actually getting the returns on that for sure. But so I think CES was also looking to try, to make another campaign to get into that top 4. Just unfortunately cut short in that process though. So again, just adds to the woes somewhat because otherwise, they're still going to be knocked out early on by by attack all around in the early phases of Miramar here. So I would still say that it's a decent recovery somewhat for Cerberus, but still not enough in the grand scheme of things.
Well, for the first time, the team MVP, E-Arena, because of that chicken dinner, obviously, with a with 8 amount of eliminations to their name, and of course they're the team that lasted the longest, 27 minutes. We've seen longer than that. We've seen like 31 or 32-ish, but 27 minutes they lasted in this game, netting them that chicken dinner with a total damage given out of 1,267. So it's not a big significant total damage, meaning that a lot of this eliminations that they got, when they got the knockdown, they secure it quickly without having to extend fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's survival time, obviously because they were one of the final teams there. But considering the kills to the kills to points ratio here, I think it's a rather low chicken dinner win here compared to other chicken dinner winners. Chicken dinner winners. Wow, what a tongue twister that is actually. But a little bit low compared to those other chicken dinner winners. So I think it's still not a highlighted performance, but nevertheless, being able to take the first chicken dinner of the day away from other teams is even more important, I think, in the grand scheme of things, because that means the teams in the first page itself will lose out on those points regardless, and E-Arena can certainly use this as an opportunity now to try to climb even higher up on that second page there. Hopefully start to threaten Unicorn Venom, start to threaten Cerberus as well, so that's going to be exciting times for them, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, because there's more prize pool for these players to gather, so there's always that motivation of like, okay, we want to go as high as possible. Yeah, maybe getting that championship is a little bit of a far-fetched for them, but it's all about getting more money at the end of the day as well if they can't get the championship. So looking forward to see if they can bring that momentum across. But what I'll be looking forward next will be the final round of final round of Miramar, meaning that it's going to be the final clash inside of Picado. Will revenge happen?
Yeah, let's see it just for today itself. So already, like, AAA getting eliminated very quickly by CES. Yesterday we saw AAA do the same thing to CES as well. So by this today's scoreline now, this is the last chance here for them to see who comes on top here between Attack All Around and Cerberus Esports. So I think like. I can't wait to see how that's going to turn out here, because I think AAA for themselves, we're certainly going to be kicking themselves a little bit for having dropped the ball a bit. But then again, that was a perfect pickup there for Cerberus Taikon anyway. So it's like it's that luck of the draw. It's always a gamble like this when you take hot drops anyway. So the gamble obviously has not worked out well for Cerberus in the long run, and Attack All Around is in that first page where it's like Cerberus isn't. And right now, I think if Cerberus can pull off another a win here against them, I think at least for their own for themselves, I think they consider that I would think they can consider a bit of victory for this final day here of the grand finals.
Yeah, it's not like a gentle hot drop whereby, okay, you drop the first half of the city, we drop in the second half of the city. No, it's everyone into the stadium. So it really gives you the signal like, okay, we have nothing much to lose except for the ranks, but I think that's important as well. But maybe to them it's like, okay, we got nothing else to lose. Our last 2 games that we can fight, that we will be fighting with each other, so why not? Let's just go ahead and try to get it. And I think one team has to win.
And I think it's also important for them to just finish the fight quickly, because we've time and time seen them bogged down in that Picado for like multiple phases. So just not being able to upgrade their loot position all throughout that time, which turns out to be even worse for them in the long run, because that means our other teams will have way higher loot positions for against them in those final phase fights anyway. So I think it's in some ways it's actually better for one of these teams to be taken out very quickly, so that the other team can, focus then on getting better loot, trying to extend more control over the sector. Whereas otherwise, if they're constantly sieged up, then they just have to huddle in all these corners, not being able to move, not being able to maneuver, not able to collect any more information outside of the team they're currently trying to siege at the same time. So, now they're going to be going into our second match here, final Miramar round of this grand finals here. Last chance for everyone here.
That was what exactly Cerberus Esports did, right? They ended the game quickly and then they started to move, and when they move from area to area, they collect elimination points along the way. But looking over at Picado, pretty sure the fight is going to happen again because it's the last game anyway. Both of these teams are out of contention for the championship, so they might as well go on to each other. And I guess even like the game fates it onto them to like, okay, you guys can jump into Picado because the fly pad is just right on top of it.
Yeah, the fly pop actually is a lot more southwards compared to last time though, but still lands over Picado anyway, so AAA and CS can just jump out quite early on. 3 members went straight to the stadium while the rest of AAA decides to spread themselves out a little bit more evenly across Picado to try to find some better weapons this time around, lest they're going to get knocked out early on. So Cerberus very much having that in hand there. Only Tycon decided to jump out a little bit further out here, to head off any members on attack all around, trying to push up. Equilucia still stuck on the outside, only has an AKM of a single mag to work with here. Now J-Dai is going to be coming around the corner. He does have an AUG, so that certainly will be bringing a lot more power to this fight here, but Tycon does have a double barrel shotgun, so that's not going to be an easy proposition for them to try to attack him head on. They need to be going in order to try to get the trade here, but Tycon already starts to give them the slip a little bit. He's trying to regroup together with his team here, having sense that attack all around is hot on his heels here. He's actually pulling all the way out, and J-Dai has to just kind of like play catch up here.
He's running for his life now, and J-Dai is going to go in for the wraparound. He knows that someone's just behind the structure. So he goes in. Okay, he sees. I think he sees it. But then again, Himas is on the second floor.
Yeah.
Himas can shoot him down as well if he overexposes himself.
That's the thing. I think Himas will definitely have spotted him now, and J-Dai cannot afford to peek out too long. So that's a good position that Tycon is in. He's literally playing bait right now. He's just baiting attack all around to come out in a very exposed position. Oh, through the sheet metal though. He's trying to get the spray, but it's not enough damage though to done onto Tycon. Nevertheless, even with the penetration. But nevertheless, like he's still trying to stay out there in order to force attack all around and come out the outside. Look at that. Hamas is just ready to just pop down J-Dai as soon as he popped out of the window there. So this is still making it a bit of a hard fight here for AAA because again, they don't really have any control over that warehouse position. It's a perfect staging point for them to pour fire onto them. J-Dai now just still keep trying to watch over Tycon, just barely missed him over there, but then again, I don't see any way they can try to move forward there without risking knockdown on their own side.
Well, I'm going to add on the fact that this Picado this time around is not within the circle. The circle is on the southern side. So yeah, they gotta finish this fight at some point because the blue will come on to them. And now J-Dai is trying to get it. He almost got it. But we jacked it up at the name of the Tycon. Finally, they got him.
Oh, through the sheet metal, he finally gets the penetration done. Otis Grid has to jump down very hard there because Haizaki finds him though, but Solo C from behind takes a shot and knocks down Otis Grid. So they at least are able to get the trade in this manner here. Right now, Solo Z still takes onto the position here. He's not able to get the finishing kill onto Otis Grid right now, while the rest of AAA are scrambling to try to head off this control here, while Tycon is still bleeding out at the moment. AAA still maintains control over their parts of this complex here. Equilucia peeking around, trying to spot where Solo Z is. That's going to be forcing him to move out of this position now to try to find a different staging point, while J-Dai coming into this compound here still continues to keep Tycon just in his sights right now, just basically trying to bait out Hamas, who had been a thorn on his side the whole time as well, as Hamas now pops out of the warehouse itself. Haizaki sends out a frag grenade through the window, not going to connect onto Equilucia or Janko 2 off in any way, shape, or form, but look who's coming in from the north side. It's going to be Genius Esports coming to crash this party.
Oh, probably they're just passing by and they're going to focus on getting to the circle because, yeah, the circle is down south. But Tycon knocked down by Janko 2 off. So this is going to be a even playing field between these two teams for now.
Yeah, Otis Grit still bleeding out anyway, but they already done well to just remove Taikon from the map now, leaving CS at 3. Haisaki takes a good takes a shot there from Janku off, and that's putting him really low, forcing him to back down a little bit, but Janku off continues to pressure forward here, now ducks away here while the rest of his team tries to rotate around to see whether it can try to spot out Solo Z as well. Haisaki is still stuck in his position here. Haimas has gone back to the warehouse position though, so Cerberus is still thinking, considering the options right now, they kind of are in control of Picado as far as like positions go, but AAA's done very well to evade most of their attempts to try to assault them here. So this is still going to be the kind of siege we'll be seeing between the two of them so far, and this is giving me like memories of like day 4 where these teams will just be sieged up for many phases and just not able to move out of the way.
Yeah, until at some point maybe one of the teams managed to get a emergency pickup, and then we will see the fly. That happened, I believe, yesterday, whereby AAA, they got the emergency pickup, and Cerberus Esports wanted to finish them off, but they managed to get only 2 while they were flying, and the rest of them managed to get away. That could be the case this time around, but we'll see, because they are still stuck inside Picado.
Yeah, so nevertheless, other teams are already moving down south. There's still quite a number of teams still on the north side, AAP and T5 being 2 of them, and Pure Moon is also having going down the convoy towards the northern tip. So is Q Confirmed, just hot on the heels as well. We've got Myth and Gex currently trying to fight over control over the southern tip, so the southeastern tip of Los Leones, so that's still going on. Haisaki looks like he's already been knocked down though, so attack all around are starting to maneuver around Picado here to try to finish him off, while the whole time Solo Z and Hamas are not able to move out of the way. Solo Z gets a good spray though to knock down Janku off. Now that's drawn a lot of attention to his side though, as Equilucia tries to go ahead and spray him down, but still not able to find him as he's gone prone. He's going to send out a frag grenade. Jedi almost gets knocked out, actually gets knocked down by Solo Z. He's going to try to hit up Equilucia. He gets the kill done! Cerberus takes out an attack all around second time here on Miramar.
And it's going to be Solo Z, solo kill, taking them all. Wow, I mean, they lost 1 player this time around, but it's okay. They still got the 4 points, and that's what matters the most. And now, with that elimination onto AAA, they can start to loot up and move into the circle.
Exactly. So, Cerberus now, let's see whether or not they'll be able to do a lot better than the last Miramar round here, where they didn't manage to get any placement points. Hopefully they will be able to find some over the course of this battle here. Global Esports exit still very much under siege here from another team now this time around. Genius Esports has moved in to try to take control, but Los Leones here was Myth has actually backed out of this fight against GX while they try to take more control over the southern tip of Los Leones. So Genius right now are having to fight in a very rough terrain over here, where Xavier and Zenan are currently well set up. You can see Utah just trying to go for a bit of mountain climbing here to hopefully be able to catch up Xavier's position, but no, he just falls all the way back down again, not able to find a good angle. He's going to have to find another path.
Yeah, let's see, where is he going to go from here? He has a vehicle though, but he's going to try to get up again, so it's going to be a second attempt for Utah. But if they do go up, they would definitely be able to see Xavier. Xavier got to be aware of this. Not too sure if he knows that someone's climbing on his back. He's still looking forward. Maybe he doesn't get the signal just yet. But I believe right now he is somewhat looking back. So the signal has been known by him.
Yeah, but I don't think he feels that threatened even, actually, because look at how he's like huddled in to this one little crevice here that provides him cover from Utah or Surti, even if they come on top. In fact, Utah has already made it up there, but he's not spotting Xavier at the moment. He's going to be moving up even far forward here. Lyrics though, he spots AAP coming down, and then he pick up. This is a perfect space for him to try to get some spray. He's just having too many targets in front, not even sure who to focus on, unfortunately though, but he's going to get his card to try to hit him up inside. Nevertheless, catches Evil Patrick just as he touches his boots on the ground there. Lyrics now getting closer to here to AAP. Now they're trying to capitalize on this opportunity here, because this could be a chance for E-Arena to take down Archangel Predator.
And E-Arena feeling the momentum from the chicken dinner from the previous round. Now they are starting to move in. And Sita Xavier actually takes out Yuda from GE. Looks like the high ground battle. Xavier won it. And now putting focus on the Archangel Predator versus EA. EA now seems to have a little bit more advantage with the high ground.
Exactly. Alec now continuing to try to come out around the outside. And attack Archangel Predator right now, very much in under pressure here. Algin Boss manages to finish off inside around the outside there, while Nan gets revived onto his teammate Evil Patrick. EA's Lyrics and KM99 a little bit far off. Lyrics is still going to be popping out his car here. He does have a SLR in hand, so perhaps he can try to catch any stragglers coming out from the Archangel Predator side, but it looks like this fight kind of is lost by E-Arena right now, though, so I don't see any way they can try to continue to keep the pressure onto Archangel Predator anymore.
Okay, yeah, they seem to have left the compound anyway, so alright, going to go in for placement points, and that's A-okay. And look at the circle, it moved towards the left, just below of Lost Learners. Right now we can see there's still a good number of teams on the outside of the circle, especially on the right side whereby Puerto Paraiso is. We can see movement from 3 teams at least, so there's a possibility that the fight might happen, and now it's going to be New Generation Esports being sieged now by E36.
Yeah, New Generation trying to watch out for Sylphia, but Sylphia pulling back a little bit to join up with Star-Lord. I think they want to try to take a higher ground here instead of trying to assault NGE directly. We saw how that happened last time. A Miramar for E36 didn't exactly work out well for them against AAP, so this time around they're going to try to play things a little bit smarter. In the meantime, Tanawat, completely caught up, completely roasted there by Ninja 2K as the Expendables were able to stop them in the tracks as they were trying to make their way down south. They're still on the outside though. Borbos will be coming down along the road along with Thunders. It looks like TE will be able to intercept them actually coming up on top, so it's going to be a bit of a drive-by right now. Borbos and the Expendables is coming around. 777 coming out of his car. He gets a headshot at the Thunders, but not enough to get knocked out. Borbos is still going to pull ahead here. They're going to racing their way to the safe zone right now, while 777 takes a lot of fire here from that out of Archangel Predator. He gets knocked out though, and TE is going to be forced out. Time for Duckus though to get right on top of that position, and will take him down.
Wow, that is just back-to-back action movie there, ladies and gentlemen. We still have Algin Boss on the high ground, overseeing whatever that's happened on the lower ground, but then again, because of this ledge, he can't get a good view on the members of the Expendables. So right now, the Expendables, they are A-okay, just on the outside of the circle. They can still slide into the circle, considering they have enough cover to go in.
That's the thing. That's the thing. So now Purple Mood gave them the slip so far. AAP's Algin Boss is going to be under even more trouble here as the rest of Territon 5 now gets upon Puerto Paraiso. So they're all going to be surrounding Algin Boss from the high ground here. And this is not going to be looking good for AAP's chances going to the rest of the circle. Look at Losses Jr. just coming on from behind there. Oh, the shot's already coming onto Algin Boss, forcing him to dig even deeper into that compound there. Fragment is going to be coming on, not going to connect unfortunately, but Pantapon knows that AAP's Algin Boss is inside there somewhere, and they basically will just have to keep it sieged up. This is going to be a good opportunity for them to just keep control over this side here, because taking control of that position means they will have control over this northeastern part of the circle.
And Algin Boss got to be careful because he's the last man standing for Archangel Predator. If he goes out, the points goes out together with him. And right now, T5 somewhat at the high ground. They are coming into the circle in a good position, in fact. As long as T5 can stay alive above GE, above NG, and maybe above PLM, then they stand a good chance of taking on the trophy with 3 more games to go.
Now, the story for everyone else inside the circle, though, is just basically finding compounds to take and just holding in place while taking pot shots at each other throughout. No knockdowns happening though for NG at this time, and unfortunately, even though CS is just so close to their position here, a care package is dropping on top of E36, which actually could bode well for the chances here. And in fact, like without a rooftop there, I think SK will be able to receive that quite happily, even though he already has like a Car 98 in hand right now. Maybe it might be something even better inside there. That's yeah, perfect position there. That's completely covered, completely protected inside. What do we have there right now? Mark 14. That's fair enough. MG3 is landing close to where they trade is though. That's a that's going to be good for them as well. Myth now coming in from the north side. They are pulling out a Los Leones now, having not been pressured so far. Now they're going to be coming into the crutches of Genius Esports, who are already set up inside this ditch over here. Duckman is going to be coming over the crest into a nasty surprise. Perhaps if he comes across, but nevertheless, he pops out his car. He's going to be scanning around first before making the jump, making sure that the coast is clear before moving in. But GE is still set up right behind him. I don't think he actually spots them quite yet. GEX in the meantime comes across the other side. They're going to be heading off straight towards E36's position, but E36 is already pulled out of their initial point now. Duckman's going to be going for the jump towards GE right now. This could be an opportunity for them to get a knockdown here if he's not careful. Tori is waiting. Oh, and then he doesn't open fire, actually. He just lets him by.
but the rest of his teammates are coming by, so not sure if they're going to go on to Genius Esports, but they are passing by for sure. Now the gunfire is coming in. Chloris certainly gets on to Exozid. Exozid immediately taken out by Chloris, and the rest of Myth, they're going to be extra careful now.
That's why Duckman's now trying to come out here, and unfortunately he's going to be coming under siege here from a lot of frag grenades coming out from Global Esports' side. Myth is as well trying to pull away from this battle here, and nevertheless Duckman's has been taken out by that blue though from NG on the other side of the circle, so that's a kill stolen away here from GEX. Thunadol as well as the rest of T5 are also moving in here. They saw Myth trying to cut across, they tried to get the fire port onto them, but haven't quite gotten the knockdown quite yet. Main in Thailand now forced to try to dig into this ditch here. Not a secure position at all, especially with the health being so low.
Yeah, but it looks like not much of a choice for them, because everywhere they go right now within the circle, there are teams there. So being 2 members left, the best they could do is just play by really by the side and come into the circle later once everyone's distracted with each other.
Yeah. Arena Zixi still watching out over on the top there. Right now, their position is still closer to E36, as well as the Expendables moving along the coastline there. So they're looking to try to use these compounds to keep control over this sector for now. When you look at everyone else, though, they've already found their own kind of complexes. The only outlier really is going to be Myth, but even they themselves have been able to re-heal themselves and get themselves into a nice staging point just north of where E-Arena's position is. T5 hasn't exactly quite done that. In fact, they're going to try to give a wrap around on the outside of this safe zone here while the blue zone continues to close in around them. So I think they want to try to make their way towards the coastline area. That perhaps will put them in a close position with TE. Nice. Jacob's just been caught out here by KM99. He's going to be knocked down here, and Myth is very much in trouble.
Oh, beautifully done there by KM99. One of the top fraggers from the previous round. Looks like he will secure this elimination point. Rogue on the other side, Nate holds onto him. They know where Rogue is at, and like what you mentioned before, the dish that they were at is not the best possible. It's not the best place.
Not the best place. Oh, one nice grenade will connect there with Rogue, so that would be Myth out in 5th place there. Such a sad day for mainland Thailand. Not going to be able to capitalize too much on their Miramar rounds for now, so it's going to be next map onwards for them. GE decided to try to get into the inner reaches of the circle here and try to secure some high ground. Just putting them under fire from New Generation as well as E36. In fact, the compound the area decided to go towards is actually where E36 is staged up, so they're just pushing up forward here. Theraton 5's in the meantime still making their way down southwards here. I think the Expendables have moved up from the coastline. They want to try to get up to the higher ground here. E36 in that compound there are seeing all these teams trying to swarm around. They have control over this part here, so that's allowing them a lot of opportunities here to try to spray down, hopefully get a knockdown on one of these teams, but so far it hasn't quite borne any fruit. In the meantime, E-Arena getting cut up a little bit here, but GE forcing them to fight, get a hook headshot there against Chloris here. Now it's going to go all frag grenades already rolling up the car, so there's no way for them to get out. Young B is going to be knocked down as well. GE is seriously in trouble.
It's not going to feel so young after that, as ZZ will eliminate him, and GE is going to be 30, the last man standing, and GE, they cannot afford to go out early because they're still in pursuit for the #1 spot, and if they go out, especially before T5, that would hinder their chances of getting the #1.
3 teams just crowding around this one ditch here because the Expendables as well tries to move alongside here, and that's putting them under fire from Day Trade Gaming. EA already had 2 members being knocked down there, but E36 has a lot more things to worry about because Gex is starting to push their position from the north side, so is New Generation Esports. And then when you look at the Expendables right now, they don't really have an angle to fight against Day Trade there, who are already taking up a nice whole row of compounds all along this ditch, so they will have to move out of here eventually if they aren't going to be able to take the fight towards GE. And Bob, in the meantime, getting knocked down there, NG losing way too much men as they try to assault, get to his position. 13 very low right now as he tried to hold on, but a crack grenade from Duck Juice finishes him off.
Oh man, fairly early elimination as well for GE. Now let's see how far can NGE go instead. NGE, they're in the middle of the battlefield right now. We can see that Fab is currently down close by with GX, and Fab will be finished off by Himas from Cerberus Esports. Again, Cerberus Esports still not stopping, but T5 especially is still in it with the full squad.
Still in it to win it right now. Good shot there to KM99. They've already got a knockdown there, but Lyrics is still going to try to move forward here. Russitet Jr. sends a frag grenade out. He's not going to connect onto it as Zixi was able to duck into, Lyrics was able to duck into the shack just in time. Another Molotov is going to be coming out as well. They want to try to flush him out as much as possible. Hasselwatt finishes off KM99 in the meantime as he moves up. So they're keeping E-Arena under pressure right now. Pantapong still has a stun grenade to use right now, so he's going to be pouring everything he has towards Lyrics' position. Still not getting the knockdown quite yet though, in Territory's 5 position. Not exactly secure, but nevertheless, Tanadol finds Lyrics and will be able to knock him down.
Oh, T5 securing another elimination point for themselves already 2 at this point. Though the circle moves away from them, but they still can gather elimination points. And it's going to be a third one for them as Tanadol eliminates Lyrics. EA, right now, they will be in a dire position because they only one player left, and Tanadol is shot back by his opponent. He needs to find a way into the circle. It's going to be TE waiting for them next.
Yeah, he already secured the border of this next safe zone, so they want to try to keep T5 cut off as much as possible. If they try to move up north anyway, it's going to put them under fire from Enter 436, but Enter 436 are still under massive pressure from NGE for the north. They're still continuing to try to take this assault right now to try to get trades anyway, so Van Ung is still moving forward here to try to get onto E36 position. Danawat as well as the rest of T5 are moving up from the south side. They already got knocked down the Starlord already, and Danawat's Danadol picks a kill onto the XK1, so Sylphia and Starlord, Sylphia and the last remaining member of E36 is still trying to hold on right now as Starlord is removed. Sylphia very, very low. Van Ung forced now to back away as Cerberus is pouring fire onto him, finds a knockdown. Actually, Sylphia does with the frag grenade, and Rosset Jr. takes out Sylphia to take out Enter 436, but it's not quite done yet. Then T5 will still continue moving up. They want to try to overwhelm NG's position there and hopefully collect another full kill.
Oh, they'll be happy to eliminate NGE at this point because NGE is their next contender for the number 1 spot. Rosita comes in, Rosita shows inside, Rosita will eliminate that blue, and that is it for NGE. Eliminated at number 11, and T5 already 8 elimination points.
Well done. Unfortunately, Tanadol has just been knocked down by a shot coming in from Cerberus, and they will remove Tanadol from the map, so T5 is now down 1 man. They will have to huddle together as the Blue Zone continues to push them even closer and closer towards the ES position, so they can't exactly move up too closely, so they now will have to get into cars and hopefully try to find a compound somewhere for them to use as a checkpoint. The thing is that the Expendables is quite close there. They also get a spray down there to catch up Pantabo and remove him from the map. Day Trade and Cerberus does, and Hasawat now forced to duck out of the car, get into the bushes, but he's under fire yet again as Haisaki gets a knockdown onto him. I think it's going to be Rossidet Jr. still alive right now as Hasawat gets removed from the map. Only 1 member of Throton 5 still remains.
Well, if you have the top fragger in this tournament so far, Rosidet is still alive. He can come up with wonders, and he can somewhat gatekeep TE from coming into the circle. TE is still on the outside of it, still finding their way in. But look at the amount of teams on the southern side. We got Daytrade Gaming, Purple Moon Esports. We even have 1 call there. TE will need to fight.
They still need to fight on though, but they at least Rossitet is at least able to have a shack here, but it's still under fire from Cerberus for the whole time. It's moving down. Oh, they found a kill onto him with a Mark 12, so Rossitet Jr. is out, and Theraton 5 has been eliminated in 10th place. Day Trade Gaming will still have control over the south tip though, as Cerberus now moving up north will have control of the other open ground sector up north of where Day Trade's compound is, which is the only compound right now still within this play. Trick will be able to take out Borbots as Fluky gets taken out by the blue zone there, so the purple moon will be out in 9th right now. So 8 teams remaining here. That's going to be Q Confirm, Unicorn Venom, 1 call from Indonesia, Zixi from E-Arena still alive and still in the middle of this whole fight. Cerberus Esports already taking control of the north part of the circle. Day Trade down in the south, trying to gatekeep the Expendables, Duck Juice, as well as Tanvu.
Ooh, somehow Aljibos managed to slide into safety for now, but he has about 20 more seconds before the zone closes in. He's just behind Unicorn Venom at this point. He could surprise Unicorn Venom from behind. Unicorn Venom got to be careful, but Unicorn Venom has no idea that he's there.
They don't. And again, he's staying very, very quiet, lying prone over here, just waiting for this next circle, or rather the blue zone to move in here before moving forwards. So if anything, he just wants to play this. He's going to have to play the stealth game anyway because he's a solo player in this 8-team battle here. But you also got Q Confirm moving up towards UV's position, so that might be a good distraction there to allow Algin Bots to move up forward and hopefully get them to slip. That might still put him within the crutches of the Cerberus anyway as he gets into the north part of the circle, but nevertheless, there's still a chance for him perhaps to get a knockdown there somewhere.
Okay, NBK spots out one of his opponent for Q Confirm on the other side. Unicorn Venom They have 2 representatives within the circle as a marker, but the entire Q confirm is still on the outside of the circle. The blue will close in onto them right now as Aljibot surprises Sly High, takes it down. Unicorn Venom didn't know what hit them.
Just like that. Well, kill point already in hand, and Smell is definitely not feeling very secure. Haisaki and Solo Z now moving forward here to try to take out this last remaining member of Archangel Predator. It's already done quite a number on him, Haisaki has, so that's forced Aljibot to try to dig in, but the blue zone still closing in around him though. So he has to move out somewhere. That's going to put him right out in the open to allow Cerberus to take him out. So not an easy proposition for him. He needs to get a knockdown onto one of these members of CES here in order to cover his approach. Unicorn Venom in the meantime already having suffered 2 knockdowns against Q Confirm, have not been able to trade whatsoever. Smell now up against Aljibot will take him out unfortunately though, while the rest of Q Confirm will continue to sweep up the house there, will eliminate Unicorn Venom out in 7th place.
Well, Q Confirm has entered the arena, ladies and gentlemen. Petrad, that's a long range shot onto one call that's just right below them. ZZ is right in the middle of the circle. Nobody knows he's there, so he's going to do whatever he did before this, which is just hold on for hopefully 2nd place at least.
Yeah. In the meantime, Daytrade continuing to huddle together in that compound, just not daring to move out of that position yet, as they still have supreme control over the south side of a field on the western end that one call is hold up in there. That's forced them now to move up north here to try to head off Q Confirm. And Cerberus Esports the whole time just taking control of the one whole quarter of the circle, which unfortunately has moved away from the position. Is right, still keeping Daytrade's compound in play right now, and that's going to be perfect for them. But Q Confirm is now under siege here from one call. Chibra is still keeping Daytrade under fire as well, coming from the open fields here. Haisaki still cannot find a way to knock down any members of Q Confirm quite yet, but still closing in distance step by step. And the whole time, the Expendables have been having their backs against the blue zone this whole time because of Daytrade's gaming position, but they might be able to try to find an opportunity here if they can get a knockdown Hamas in order to move up north and hopefully secure the eastern part of this circle.
Alright, we can see teams needing to move because there's about 12 more seconds, especially for Cerberus Esports that's on the outside still. On the northern side, they need to fight against Q Confirm as Oli Z takes out Zaplalui. And now that is 1 down probably for Q Confirm unless they can pick up his teammates, but he's just too far away and the zone will put pressure onto them. They need to leave him behind.
That's the thing, Cerberus Esports fighting them on the eastern side while one call moves up on the south side, finishes off Zapalui and keeps the pressure onto Leon's Q and the other members of QZ's backside here. So both of them just pinstering them right now. They sense an opportunity to eliminate this team here, but at the same time, the Expendables is also moving out south, keeping CES now tied up to try to head up this attack coming in from the south. So they will have to turn around right now to head off him as they come up on top here. Jug Juice and Tanfu jumping out here very quickly, gets knocked down to Haimas already. So Cerberus, the Solo Z is now trying to get a trade, does get the knockdown onto Tanfu right now. Haisaki is only going to be out across the crest, only to see Solo Z get knocked down. He's going to get knocked down as well. Pedre will be able to finish off Solo Z. Haisaki, last one left, not a lot of health.
Nicely done by Q Confirm, but there's one more to go. The nade being cooked out by Pedre will be tossed onto the side of Haisaki. Will the nade land? Looks like it connected to Haisaki, but only drop until 50% of health, so Haisaki is still alive. Pedred, mission not done yet.
Mission not done, but he's already having to focus on the other side right now because one call is still pressuring them from the western part, so they can't exactly go ahead and finish off Haisaki. That might leave an opportunity now for the Expendables to do that job. Pedred will be finished off here by Jexi with a nice well-placed shot at the moment while they continue to try to head off the other members of QC. Opon's last one remaining, still going to run in front. Haisaki gets taken down as Duck Juice moves up into position, so 4 teams now remain here. Q Confirm still having the one remaining member in the middle of all this fight here. He has to try to stay out of trouble for now. The Expendables still having to now move down south as the circle continue to go on the outside. Finally, Daytrade Gaming's compound is out of play right now. That's going to force them to come out in the open, but they still have the full stack along with one call as well. So these two teams right now having the best possible position in this final phase fight.
Ooh, but our pause is the only one in the circle at this point. We have half of the teams from the southern side in the circle. So let's see what will happen here as one call has a little bit of an elevation advantage. Daytrade Gaming will be the ones on the lower ground. They need to move a little bit forward, but because they have this sort of like a hinge, like a ledge for them to play with, probably not too much exposing themselves just yet, but Jexi spots them out, so they know that someone's below them.
Yeah, Opons is still going to have to huddle down tight while One Call and Day Trade takes shots against each other, trying to force each other out in the open right now and hopefully try to get a knockdown here. Day Trade does on the Jexi. Tanfu at the same time as well, trying to keep them suppressed on their side, but Trick nevertheless knocks down his teammate though, so Tanfu might be under a lot of pressure right now as Duck Juice gets removed from the map. Now he's going to be all playing solo here. He does have an AWM. Unfortunately, we spot him up with Chills. He gets a lot of shots done onto him now. That's forced him to get into a different position.
There you go. This is a difficult position here, but Puchu spots him out. Anyway, they need to get the knockdown before they can go in. If not, it's going to be too much of an open space for them. Spots out Tanvu. Tanvu hiding behind the rock. If only he show himself. Okay, Puchu is waiting to take that shot and Puchu takes it, but then again, Tanvu is still safe behind it.
The thing is, the blue zone is swallowing him up right now, so that's going to be very painful for him to continue to stay in the position. Opons gets spotted up, but Chills anyway though, so he will get removed out. Now the blue zone closes in onto Day Trade Gaming's compound now, forcing them to come out into the open here. They're already swinging out of the gates there with a frag grenade straight onto One Call. They already got a knockdown to Chipper Rid, trying to get another one on the Trick. That grenade will connect actually, and Day Trade Gaming gets another winner chicken dinner.
Day Trade Gaming winner chicken dinner. The last we saw them, they were at number 6, and they definitely can still climb up to a top 5 at least after this. So let's see after we tabulate the scores, because Architecture Operator did fairly well as well. But Day Trade Gaming, they've been missing for a bit. Yesterday, I believe, the day before, they were superb. So looking good. Glad to see them back getting this chicken dinner in this round.
Here's the thing for me though, like the last time we saw Day Trade Gaming win the second round of Miramar, they went on to get top 3 in Tego, and they also went on to get top 3 in the first round of Erangel. So is history going to repeat itself here with Day Trade, and is this going to be enough to help them get up into the top 3? I think this is going to be exciting times right now for all you Day Trade Gaming fans out there. But nevertheless, this whole match here has been really topsy-turvy for a lot of teams. Like I was surprised to see how quickly the AAP got collapsed here, especially in this fight against MIF as well as GE. Then you also had like E-Arena trying their very best to take some good fights, managed to get some good kill points for themselves, but ultimately lost out heavily in this fight against T5 later on. Then this frag grenade just onslaught here onto Young B, just feeling very old for him, I think, having to crawl around on his knees there. And Genius Esports did quite well to try to head off Day Trade, nevertheless will eventually lose out towards the end there. And New Generation Esports were another team that were vying for control over the eastern part of the circle. Weren't quite able to survive long enough, unfortunately, as they get bowed out, I think, somewhere around the 4th or 5th phase. Then Cerberus Esports had a supreme opportunity here, and they didn't waste any of it though, picking up 10 kill points for themselves and actually getting themselves in some decent fights, hopefully continue to climb up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and because it was a very rough terrain towards the end, so we can see the fights somewhat of a slowdown towards the end, but it's because like there's so much cover for all these teams. But anyway, it was a good fight as well, because the final circle moment, that terrain is very hard to play. Yeah, because of how much cover there is, and then there's a lot of the different levels of elevation. There was a little small compound as well, but at the end of the day, Day Trade Gaming still stood their ground. They got the lower ground if you kind of think about it, and normally if you're at the lower ground, you will be at a disadvantage, but it didn't seem to be the case for Day Trade Gaming.
Because for the most part, I think the other teams that are on the outside were always at the risk of being backdoored by another team because of how crowded around the borders there. So you could see that happen pretty much with Q Confirm, who were being assaulted by 2 teams, one on the west side and one on the east. I think on the east was T5 or someone like that. But that meant that they can't exactly maneuver even if they wanted to, because there's no cover in between, even down in the center reaches of the circle. So in essence, they just basically had to rely a lot more on just being able to get knockdowns in those one-on-one peak fights, and it's really down to how well skilled you are as a shooter to be able to land those shots. So I think, like, in all honesty, yeah, it is an extremely difficult final circle fight. I think one of the most difficult ones we've seen in this competition so far. Nevertheless, Day Trade Gaming, because of having taken a compound, were certainly holding all the best cards in their hand when it came to that final phase. So by the time that everyone else were already getting cleaned up, and they only were like forced to move in that final circle anyway, so that was a time for them to start reaching out and picking up kill points, enough to keep them ahead of Cerberus Esports right now. But I think Cerberus, I will consider them, like, outside of Day Trade Gaming, to also be the bigger winners of this 2 mirror round so far, because not only they're taking down attack all around very handily, but with these 10 kill points, as well as I think 8 kill points for the last round, that's certainly going to give them a lot of momentum now in this final day.
Yeah, and T5 finishes above New Generation Esports and Genius Esports, so definitely they would have opened up a little bit of a gap between them. So let's get a confirmation right now, and the gap is about 38 points now. 38
Jeez.
points with 3 more rounds to go. And T5, I mean, with 38 points, 3 more rounds, if they can remain this gap at least for the next round, maybe they are confirmed champions. We need to wait and see that, but looking good again for T5.
That's why, mathematically speaking, you know, unless they get knocked down in 16th place, like 2 rounds in a row, I don't see how Genius or New Generation will be able to close that 38 point gap significantly. So yeah, like this is like, again, Teraton 5 has been so dominant this grand finals here ever since taking the lead in day 1, and even until day 5 now they're looking like they're going to chase like a record 200 points now in this PUBG Asia Super Cup. So again, I think this is not really a lot that other teams can do with only 3 matches remaining here to edge away at that point. So I think like hot drops maybe onto Teraton 5, but they so far have been quite inconsistent in where exactly they land, and if anything, teams that try to find fights against them in the early phase will always find themselves having to chase around a rooster pretty much, because Teraton 5 will always try to get them to slip.
Yeah, but we've seen, even though, okay, earlier round was a rough circle for them as well, because the circle kept going away, but they still managed to overcome it and still collect 8 elimination points in the process. And looking at the kill leaders, the only 2 players for T5 that got those elimination points is Tanadol and Rosita Jr. Rosita Jr. again, he is the top eliminator in the entire tournament so far, and he's just extending his lead now.
Look at it, Rosita Jr., 4 kills, less than 200 damage. That's an average like less than 50 damage per kill. That's a crazy amount of kills he's stolen actually, compared to everyone else in this round itself. Tanadol not doing too bad either here, but I think like the 4 kill line here, I think also shows like how sparse these kill points are starting to become now for these teams in this final phase here of this grand finals. I mean, because now I think teams are taking way less risks than before. You know, even though the hot drop teams, you know, are still obviously taking the bigger risk out of everyone else, but even you can see from the final circle fight that we saw on Miramar that, you know, the risk of just getting themselves out there is just too great. They just really have to rely on their shooting skills in order to try to get them out of these kind of situations.
Yeah, and it's going to be the team MVP. Of course, the team that got the chicken dinner, Day Trade Gaming, coming in from Thailand. They got themselves 8 elimination points plus 1,787 damage. And total survival time, almost 30 minutes, because the longest one that we've seen so far is about 31, 32 minutes. So it's pretty much about there. But Day Trade Gaming, right now they're in the last we saw them, they were in the middle bracket, or I would say the first page middle bracket. So if they can continue on their momentum, like what you said, they could break into the top 3 and gain themselves a bigger piece of the prize pool.
Yeah, we've seen Day Trade do this before in day number 3. You know, 3 back-to-back top 3 finishes allowed them to be back in contention. And with this being the final day, these 3 remaining rounds is going to be absolutely crucial here for Day Trade Gaming. They need to either match this sort of like chicken dinner performance here, or still finish somewhere in the top 3, which means having to take these very risky final phase fights anyway. So that's going to be something we'll have to see, because as for right now, we're going to be taking a short break. But don't worry, we'll be right back to continue bringing you more. The exciting conclusion of this grand finals takeover is going to be coming up after this, so don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back after the breaks.
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We had a nice little break, I hope, because now we're going to be moving into a more hardcore PC.
It's still the day of the ties. Our first two teams are from the Thai region. Despite it's not the usual ones that we normally see, like Purple Esports or even T5, but it's still Day Trade Gaming as well as EA, who came from the same region. It just shows that they have a good talent pool there, that the chicken dinner could still go to any other team.
Yeah, but the thing is that with T5 still continuing to be so dominant right now, it just kind of feels like they're continuing to run away that lead here. I think Taego historically in this grand finals has been one of the maps that T5 may be a little bit weaker in, like all things considered. So I think this could be an opportunity for some of these other teams, particularly from Vietnam or even Archangel Predator as well, to hopefully get some good gains here. Hopefully to close the gap between. That's going to be what I want to see here. I just want to see whether or not the gap can be closed even at this final juncture here, because again, as far, but I mean, I say that, but as far as rank 2 onwards, I would still say that it's still very competitive between these teams. We're only seeing point splits of 3, sometimes less than 2. So I think it's still pretty much opportunities are bound here for these teams. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, there are still opportunity. Whatever it is, right? There's still opportunity to gain a bigger piece of the prize pool. So for all the teams, I'm sure they're still they'll be playing their hearts out until the last game anyway, because it still matters the amount of money they take home at the end of the day, right? So we'll see what happens after this, and we'll also observe whether T5, what sort of gap would T5 might open up in this next Taego round, because from what we've seen in previous Taego rounds as well, T5, they do well in this round as well, and they normally like to drop on the northern side of Taego, and for the most part of Taegos before this, they remain unchallenged until the later stage of the game.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking on to the highlands of Korea here over this beautiful, beautiful island at the side of Hosan Prison, the famous viral video that apparently inspired Sergei Kanalikov to actually start doing the Battlegrounds in the first place. So that's a bit of lore drop for you guys, by the way, there. Nevertheless, this flight path moves up towards the northern side. We already got Triple H and Q confirmed, as well as E Arena jumping out very, very early on. Looks like they want to try to secure some of these south parts of the land here, which is quite interesting to see. I don't know whether other teams are going to be going for that hot drop right now over Taego. Particularly, I don't think we've seen that many hot drops so far in this grand finals here. But nevertheless, that's still with the flight path ending towards the eastern tip of that island, that potentially could be some teams that will want to try to take on to that island itself. We've seen in the past where even taking some teams actually who were cognizant enough to take the island will find themselves with the circle landing closer to their side compared to the mainland, actually found themselves in a very massively contentious area. Speaking of contentious areas here, Terminal, looks like a hot drop is happening between Biff as well as Gex.
Yeah, it's not the first time these two teams meet inside a terminal, so we're going to have it between these two again. The moment they drop in, Xavier immediately grabs a vehicle, retreats behind, goes into the next set of compound, and continue his loot there. Looks like GEX, they're not interested to take this fight just yet. They want to be looted up, but for Myth, well, we don't know yet. But for the circle, wow, there's going to be a new circle, and I've been looking forward to this circle for the longest time. It's going to be centered around the Hosan Prison.
Interestingly enough, it lands on none of the teams that are on the land here, so everyone is going to have to move. Eventually, the closest one, surprise, surprise, is actually Day Trade, who decided to land on Hosan itself, and that's in the prime position to gatekeep all these other teams here that are going to be moving in from the eastern side. Global Esports exit in the meantime, like I said, not really looking that interested to try to pressure Biff in their position. If anything, they're pulling out right now to try to get to the other complex here, to the west of the terminal maybe, but it seems like they aren't going to be going to be pressuring MIF too hard over here. Also, having seen where that circle is landing anyway, I think it's going to be more priority for them to actually find vehicles, find better loot instead, and just try to make their way to the next safe zone.
Yeah, let's see who gets there first. But I think, like what you said, Day Trade Gaming obviously will be there first. They're just right beside the circle, closest to it. But for T5, who drops on the northern side, I wonder if there's a possibility that they would be challenged inside of the northern side that they normally drop in. But if there's a team that would challenge them, I guess that is for them to be up to the challenge, because if they can do well in this round, then they would be possibly be mathematically be too far away from anyone else to catch up to them. But looking at Enter Force 36 against AAP, let's go.
Yeah, knockdown already onto Nan, and Sylphia will be able to finish him off completely now. So there's already one down for AAP's side. Algebot still coming along the main road now, tries to spray down both XK as well. Sylphia was still outside on the outskirts of the army base there, while Evil Patrick and Alec are still on the front line. Now coming under fire from Deva from inside the ditch itself. Evil Patrick has been knocked down, forcing Alec to back away to join up together with Algebot. But this fight that Archangel Predator looked like they wanted to try to take here is actually not working out well for them. Although Algebot has already come on the scene here. You got Sylphia and XK1 actually wrapping around and flanking them on the western side as they come in. So that's actually a perfect trap setup here onto Archangel Predator. They might just be in trouble. Enter Force 6. They want to be coming in, getting the pressure done, and Alex is already very, very low.
Oh, close one. They almost got Alec there, but Sylphia is opening up the space on the high ground, so they're surrounding Archangel Predator at this point. Sylphia with an M4 from this distance. Algebot is just right below him, but Sylphia being shot at, and now Sylphia just needs to retreat back a little bit. He still has the first aid though, so he can still recover himself, but not using it just yet. Still scouting out exactly where his opponents are, but Evil Patrick will be finished off by Deva.
Yep, Deva will finish him off eventually now, but again, they already have Archangel Predator completely surrounded here in this corner of the compound of the army base, and the XK1 Deva now putting the pressure onto Alec, who is still holed up inside this building here. Algebot is taking all the opposite exact end here, while E36 are surrounding his own teammate there. Algebot's now going to be running straight towards Starlow's position there. I think he hears the footsteps, but isn't exactly going in too aggressive against them. But Alec, in the meantime, completely holed up inside the building. Deva gets knocked down instead though by Alec twice in a row there. XK does get the trade eventually, but in the meantime though, are they going to be able to find Algebot, because you already taken out Star-Lord? They have actually spot his position at all. They don't know where he went.
Oh, Star-Lord knows where Algebot is at. Algebot now kind of low. Star-Lord is trying to move in with the AUG in hand, and Algebot with the AUG of himself. And looking at the current position, Star-Lord seems to be sneaking onto Algebot. Algebot is still recovering inside of this shack, and they'll go in for the 1v1.
Yeah, in fact, he's going to try to pull away here. He knows pretty much this is going to be an opportunity for him to cut his losses right now, knowing that E36 is still 4-man strong. It's going to be very hard for him to continue to take this fight anyway. So, and this is all army base, by the way. It's so far away from the circle. So, if anything, Algebot needs to pull out of this in order to get to the next safe zone anyway. And enter Force 36. They're still vying to try to eliminate this team right now, as Algebot is still attempting to get them to slip. He's already slipped by defenses now, trying to run away. That's coming under fire now, I think, as the rest of E36 are picking up vehicles. Sylphia's going to be able to find him, but a headshot comes through for Algebot. He gets knocked out. Star-Lord comes up and gets a trade anyway, so Archangel Predator is the first team to get taken out on Tego.
Worthwhile trade there. Enter Force 36. They maintain a full squad. Nobody got eliminated. It's a perfect fight for them. And with Archangel Predator out, that means kill confirmed has the opportunity to overtake them.
Yep, so now let's have a look at what E-Arena is doing. They're trying to corral this complex that NGE's That Blue is currently holding. So is Van Ung as well. So just kind of circling around here, kind of like sharks around a victim in the middle of open sea, isn't it? But then again, NGE, they are a very formidable team though. So if anything, E-Arena needs to try to find a good angle in order to get a knockdown onto one of them before they could try to assault on this compound successfully against a team like NGE, who have been known to just get good spray downs on the outside onto convoys that come around. But it looks like E-Arena will cancel that plan anyway, tries to go into another complex just further north of there. In fact, they're going to get straight towards around the Hassan Po, so they're going to try to take that village instead.
And T5 still on the northern side as usual, and looking at their current position, nobody's going to challenge them, not even on the bridge. So no gatekeeping is happening for the side of T5. They can pretty much easily enter the island from there.
Yeah, and just jumping off around the middle there. That's actually on top of where NG's compound is at the same time, though. So it looks like they want to try to hot drop them right here. Chipper it. Oh, finds some covers just as he lands on the ground there. So Hakai is not able to get a spray. But nevertheless, once he starts to come out there, he's going to be under fire, though. But Hakai's shots actually attracted more attention than he needed. The trick comes around the corner, finds Van just trying to lurk around the other side there, trying to get a flank, but unfortunately gets knocked down as he gets into the compound. Jexy gets caught out inside the window itself. Now That Blue moves up forward here, try to finish off the other two, these two members of one call as well. But Fop on the top there, he spots Simoy trying to duck around the car here. He immediately ducks back, but unfortunately wanders into the doorway where Fop was already ready with his red dot sight.
Oh, Fab's blinded, unfortunately, even though he would have dropped down and finished up the job. But now he's back on his 2 feet. He has visual, but he doesn't know where exactly Chibe is at. He knows that Chibe is on the building just below him. Now he opens up the door, and he will finish up the job. And that is going to be it for one call.
Oh, they thought they could try to hard drop NGE, but you know, with all the knockdowns happening here, that's growing a lot of pressure here. Purple Mood is coming in here to try to get onto the compound directly. No knockdowns as they come onto the scene here. They're all going to be piling out their vehicles. That Blue has a flag in position. He takes out Fluky. He's going to be able to take down Thunders as well. Two members still remaining, but Fan in the meantime on the other side takes out Bobos as well as Fluky. That's going to be the way they will be eliminating 2 teams in a row.
Oh,
wow!
That is insane. 2 teams in a row, and they managed to get 7 elimination points. And now Unicorn Venom is coming in. It's going to be a party here. I wonder who sent out the RSVP, but everyone accepted it.
I mean, it's King of the Hill right now. Player 4 has entered the game. Hakai is going to be the first one to get knocked down. Unicorn Venom continuing to wrap around here. NBK will come inside the building, will eliminate Van Now they just need to watch out for Fab, who pops up to the top now. Forced to kind of duck down right now, but still he will get knocked out by him anyway, though. So they will not have control over his building. Unicorn Venom continue to try to wrap around here. There's still 2 members who are able to wander around, but they still have not found Hakai, who is inside the building at the same time with them. That Blue in the meantime coming around the backside here. He's already gotten closer to this big compound. He has a frag grenade in hand. He actually had 3 in his pack right now. Sends it towards the smoke there. Almost does a number there. There's a power, but nevertheless ducks into the warehouse now. Has another frag grenade ready. Trying to find a window to send it towards Smell. NBK just runs around there, misses that frag grenade by just an inch.
That was close. That was close. Good thing he jumped away. If not, he would have been knocked down. But Unicorn Venom, they're not done yet. The mission is not over. They need to find where Fab is at least. But now they know that someone's in this building. They're trying to find a good angle. Sapao goes in. Sapao, can you finish up the job? But no, Sapao sent it back away.
Yeah, took a huge risk trying to get into that blue zone grenade area there, and that actually put him all the way down so much. So he was hoping to get a lucky shot while in the middle of that, but the reaction's not in time. In fact, Smell would get caught around the outside anyway, though, as Blue continues to send frag grenades towards Unicorn Venom to try to salvage this here. Now the eliminations will to come true. Smell is able to get himself back up and online here as the revive has come true from them. That Blue now forced to get out of this flanking position now with Fop already taken down. He's the last one standing here, and with Fop removed now, he's pretty much going to be playing solo against UV.
Oh, let's go. That Blue can pull off a clutcher against the entire UV squad. UV is looking for him. They're going to rush him down. That Blue with an M4 in hand. He sees one, he shoots, he gets one. Can he get it? No, he didn't get it. And that is the entire squad eliminated. Unicorn Venom, the team to win. But wait a second. Triple A has entered the compound.
Triple A, Genius Esports as well. What the heck is this going on? This one tiny compound has seen many a team try to take a fight, and now Unicorn Venom thought they're going to be able to just savor this victory. Now they're going to be under siege here from attack all around, sending whatever frag grenades and blue zone grenades they can their way. Smell's going to have to duck it out right now. Utah continuing to send even more down towards that open door right now, but he's going to get knocked out by Equilucid and BK, who finds him just around the top side there and nails him with a headshot.
Guys, what is happening here? Even Yuda got knocked down, and now NBK is trying to find the right angle to get the members of Triple A. They need to reset. One of them have been picked up. NBK waiting for it, but the smoke is not helping his visual.
Not helping him at all, and he's not even daring to move out in front there because he knows that Triple A is spread out all around that building there. Another frag grenade is going to send towards the Powell's position, but it's not going to connect this time around. Where exactly is GE in this fight here? Because they haven't really shown themselves quite yet. I think they're pretty content to let UV continue to take the fight against Triple A right now. With a knockdown still onto Otis Crypto, Equilucid, J-Dine, and Janku Tuov will have to try to head off UV from being able to assault onto their own side of the compound right now. Young B sends a
Oh,
frag grenade.
man.
Oh, just misses that door sill. Just knocks off the top and gets bounced off there. But Jedi does find it against Young B anyway, so GE not able to capitalize on that, and Young B gets taken down instead.
Okay, another fight's happening somewhere else.
Yo!
He's supposed to get out Myth, but now focusing on the Unicorn Venom. NVK tries to shoot across onto Yuda, but Yuda is still alive. Yuda is still okay, but Young B is not.
Not at all. So we're still one down on either side. Otis Grid has been brought back online. So AAA still has the 4-man stack here. UV has still struggling to try to keep AAA from being able to get control over these compounds outside of the warehouse, but at the moment they can't really move out of the way here, lest AAA will be able to knock them down as they attempt to maneuver. So these three teams are now having an uneasy time here in this compound here. Just no matter where you turn or look, there's an opportunity for someone to take a shot against you here, so you have to be very, very deliberate on where exactly you want to move.
Well, look who's on the other side. It's going to be Myth. Myth could come in anytime soon, but then again, 3 teams in this compound is just too much. They need to finish this fight before any other team comes in. If not, I don't know what's it going to be like. It's like a riot here, but it's going to be Young B going down to NBK, shooting across the window. Managed to get the knockdown. Yuda can still pick him up.
Yeah, GE is a lot more spread out on this western part of the compound, whereas UV have taken control of the 3 buildings. Now they're starting to group together, and AAA is actually pretty much regrouped as well, because they're trying to consider which way they want to try to take this fight. They're going to try to take around the outside where the fences are, and they're actually going to wrap around closer to where GE's position is currently set up, so they might be in for a nasty surprise if they aren't aware yet that GE is also in this fight. Blues and Grenade actually gets popped out close to where Young B is just as he got revived though, but luckily he was able to stay out of trouble just there and then. Utah still has the M79 to use here that could possibly pop some good smoke grenades all the way to the outside to try to cover the GE should they try to pull out, but he got Jedi also, I think he just saw the top of his head over on that window, so he's keeping his eye out, and as soon as he pops up, he will be able to get a headshot.
Alright, it's Jenku Tugov's turn. He has an AUG at the rooftop, tries to find a good angle onto the rest of the members of GE. GE popping up all those smokes, just blinding attack all around, not allowing them to take a good shot.
Yeah, they're trying to regroup over at the mini-mart over there, so I think that right now AAA has already successfully taken control over their sector right now and forced GE off at that point. UV conversely have not made any movements at all. It's Apollo just only peeking out of windows and just receiving damage as he does so. That is spending a lot of health kits in order to be able to stay alive in this fight. AAA still has a bit of an advantage though, because they have slightly more people in this fight here. And with Otis Grid continuing to hold the main compound for AAA here, Equilusa and Jedi continue to try to find a way to get around GE here. In order to try to hit them off. Nevertheless, what's happening over here with Gex? They managed to find Daytrade attempting to try to cut across, and it looks like they're going to be held up at that boulder over there. Saber was able to get the shot there. In the meantime, Zindan going to front, gets knocked out to Dorin, so Chills will be eliminated as well from this fight, and the other 2 members of Daytrade are too far away to support them, so it looks like they will leave them to their own devices as both Norins and Pochills gets deleted from the map.
Yeah, they're on the other side, but Xavier might have a good vision onto them, just waiting for his teammates to come in, and they will sandwich the rest of the members of Daytrade Gaming. Now Daytrade Gaming is trying to get out of danger. They're being shot at from T5 from afar though. Daytrade Gaming is starting to move.
Yeah, they have to move further inland now because we've got Cerberus also moving up to Gex's position here, and we've already getting knocked out on the Leo here. That's bogging them down a little bit. Zindan now is going to be forced to try to head off this assault coming in from the south side. Taikon, Haisaki, and Hamas actually have a good spread amongst themselves in order to cover as much ground as possible, and Zindan now tries to get a shot at Hamas, but Taikon and Haisaki closing in on his position right now. He's going to be spotting Taikon over on the top side there. He gets a shot onto Leo, does a lot of damage, gets a knockdown on him as well. Upchen and Zen tries to link up with Zendan as well. He spots Haisaki, trying to flank him on the western side. A frag grenade going straight to Taikon, does a lot of damage, but he still stays standing.
Oh, about 10% of health left, but finally Zendan nades out Taikon, and Taikon is going to be far from his other teammates. It's going to be hard to pick him out. At the same time, the zone will put pressure onto them. The rest of Cerberus Esports, we can see that Soul Easy starting to move away. The zone did move away from all of them as well towards the left.
Yep, but they still want to continue taking this fight here. Haimas is getting the revive onto his teammate right now by Hasaki and Solo Z move further down south, and they spot Myth actually trying to move up into the inner reaches of this next safe zone here. Another frag grenade sent towards CES's side onto Haimas and Taikon, who are under the most amount of pressure as they're the closest to the blue zone right now. Gex is getting under the position. Haimas and Taikon moving forward as well. Frag grenade is going to be exchanged between two of them, and that does a lot of damage there on the Cerberus, but Gex doesn't quite move on top of the crest quite yet. They're taking it slow and methodical. They does get a headshot on Taikon right now. Haimas now trying to keep salvage this position here by having the smoke grenades popped up, but Zendan still is popping over the top here. Right. You can't quite see him through the smoke right now, and that is preventing Global Esports Exit from fully collapsing onto the Cerberus position. A stun grenade stuns him out temporarily, forcing him to back down.
Oh, not so easy. Tries to find a different angle, but he spots out GX on the other side instead. And right now the zone is starting to close in, going to put pressure onto all of them. NBK will be knocked down by Duck Hughes and Taikon taken out by the zone. So now CES down to 2.
Yep, very much low and down here right now. They're going to be pulling out this fight here. No more kill points left on the table here, as Gex also conversely moves up the north of the Expendables. In the meantime, they moved up to the compound here close to where UV, GE, as well as AAA are in at that point. UV has already moved out of the compound, by the way, and tried to get up to the road, but just got cut off a little bit by the Expendables right now. You confirm on the chase right now as they spot Zixi trying to give them the slip right now. Nice little shot there. One more will be able to knock him down. He will be on the ground right now, but Q confirmed they're still not quite done. They want to try to get towards EA's position that's right on top of the hill and go on for the full assault.
Oh, here we go. Looks like they're turning away, but no, they're not giving up this fight. They're going to take the fight onto EA. EA on the other side.
Nice.
Inside, been taken out by Petred and the rest of EA. They are still on the other side of this hill.
Yeah, Cleric's nice. The frag grenade there to knock down Petred, forcing Louis to react to him on that flank there, so they can't keep an eye out for KM99. The whole time Lyrics is able to pour even more fire right now. Gets the knockdown Leo Q's as well. Louis now sees KM99 shooting him on the other side, but he realizes that he's in a bad position here. Another frag grenade comes around. That does enough damage here. Another shot from Lyrics will knock him down. QC very much out in the lurch here.
Oh, Bonds is coming in. Lyrics can't be chilled yet. He sees Opons and Lyrics will be the one to take it now. Looks like it's going to be E Arena winning this fight. 6 elimination points so far, and Q confirm is out.
Wow, that was beautiful there for E Arena, but they're not quite out of the woods yet. We got E36 coming in from the north, AAA coming in from the south. They have seen the fight happen here. They want in on the action too. Otis Grid coming out on top here. AAA rapidly moving onto EA's position, while Enter Force 36 is also keeping Lyrics tied up. Nice high shot there from XK1 to take down one member of E Arena. Another one to take down Lyrics as well. Davewell getting the credit for that, but they also see AAA on the opposite end. They also try to pour fire into them. This is becoming a three-way battle here. A Mexican standoff if I've ever seen one.
E36, they are ranking in those elimination points. Already got themselves 7, or maybe make that 8 right now. And now with the long range, putting pressure on the AAA. AAA is on the other side. The circle moves away from all of them. They got about 41 seconds before the zone will put pressure onto them.
Yeah, so right now the KM99 is stuck outside in the blue zone there. He's going to try to tank it as much as possible and allow AAA to try to move in onto E36's position, and they're doing just that right now, sending troll balls as they try to move up. Jakku 12 has a vehicle, so he uses that to get as far forward as he can to try to head up E36 on this crest. Now they're in the perfect position now to send the frag grenades out as they attempt to try to flush out SK1 as well as Sylphia. Sylphia caught a frag grenade there, so he's very low and has to huddle onto the ground. Deva is still up on the side there. Oh, he's able to get a knockdown onto one, but now has to run away as he's down to 13 health. Ekalisa comes over the crest, takes him down as well. Jedi also finds a kill as well and finishes off Sylphia as he does so as well. Now they just need to watch out for one more member there. It's going to be KM99. That's going to be from E Arena. He tries to cut across out from the blue zone, takes a lot of damage there. There's still a Star-Lord from E36, so we're still not out of the woods, but Star-Lord was the only one staying in the compound, so at least, you know, the elimination is already done on the other tree here. So AAA now, seeing that they've already accomplished the mission more or less here, now deciding to pull away from this position.
Oh, at the same time, T5 managed to take a knockdown or eliminate Duckmans on the other side. And right now we can see the Enter Force 36. They will enter through this building into the circle. But then again, it's going to be an open area for them. Genius Esports, Young B in the open area.
Yeah, out in the open right now, and it's a very wide open field here that GE has decided to set themselves up in. Oh, Triple A just moves in a little KM99 and just runs him over there with the AUG. So that will be E-Arena being eliminated in 9th place right now. But this is a perfect opportunity here for Genius Esports to put some fire onto them because there's not a lot of cover there that Triple A can actually use. And the whole time as well, Starlord is also moving out at the same time, trying to get closer and closer to the Expendables position. Gex in the meantime unopposed and actually able to pick up some good care packages up in the north side there that's been left completely alone. Now Wally's gonna be sent into us from the blue zone to get him to the Molotov. The Expendables trying to weather it out a little bit, but the fire coming in and a frag grenade almost gets through the door, bounces off the top there. Oh, the Expendables are certainly facing so much adversity right now.
Yeah, so much pressure on the door. But look at this. T5 managed to get a couple of kills on the board, and T5 eliminated made in Thailand. And right now, Chloris with the nade onto the other side, putting pressure on the Triple A. Jedi have been eliminated by Chloris, and Chloris resets himself. Yuda keeping eyes on the T5.
Yep, keeping an eye out, ready to knock down on attack all around his side, so they're going to have to huddle down while Gex is continuing to use their northern position, the loot they picked up here. Oh, actually, they've got such good high ground for themselves too, so that's helping them in their fight against TE as well as T5. But now the Terraton 5 are moving out here. Now that the circle has revealed itself here, Tanadol is trying to move up into a 4 position to hopefully head off both Global Genius Esports as well as attack all around here. The Expendables are still able to hold up inside the shack for now. Although Judgejuice actually naded himself, so that's a bit of a own goal that they're pulling on themselves right now. I mean, again, it's very tight inside the position there. They're under siege by 2 squads who are still having a lot of throwables in hand. Jedi still has 3 frag grenades that he's going to try to send towards to the Expendables. Another one's going to come in the door, and the Bruce own grenade. Judgejuice going to get knocked out. 777 is going to have to hold on steady and keep himself healed up, but can he keep it up while the Luzo grenade continues to swallow him whole right now? The Molotovs preventing him to come up, but somehow he still survives.
Oh, that is a close one for 777, but then again, because 777 is not out yet, meaning that Jedi is going to prepare his next nade, going to toss it onto 777. 777 this time around could be naded down, and yes, it's naded down by Jedi. Beautifully tossed, and finally, the Expendables, they are out.
Yeah, but then now GE is going to try to use this opportunity to move on to Triple A, setting for stun grenades there, blinding him completely. They get the kill onto him, so an attack on round will be taken out in 4th. So 3 teams still remain. Got T5 on the eastern side, Gex on the northern side, GE on the south right now, who are out in the open. They're going to go up against the main road here to hopefully find some cover. But right now, as it stands, neither of these teams are able to get full control of the circle at this point here, although Gex certainly has the better position out of all these teams right now, since they do have the high ground.
Ooh, T5, they still maintain 3 of their members with 6 elimination points so far to their name. T5 doing really, really well. But their closest rivals in the overall chart is going to be GE. They are still alive as well, just right below T5 in fact.
Yep. In fact, GE, I think, will be facing more pressure from T5 rather than Gex at the moment, though, because they're much closer to each other. And T5's Hasawat is also having his arms full right now, trying to make sure that Gex doesn't move down from that mountaintop position. But I highly doubt they're going to be able to do that. Nevertheless, this next circle does put T5's compound out of play right now, so they will have to find a way to get across here without taking too much damage. And I think a lot of that has to rely upon forcing Gex out of position there, so that it can actually have a clear sight to move down. Rossidat Jr. is going to try to assault them on the hill. Nevertheless, though, trying to get up far forward here in order to try to tie up the attention to allow T5 to focus fully on the fight that they have against Genius Esports.
Yeah, it's going towards the middle of the circle. Right now, T5 have the other 2 members just behind him. Going to give long-range cover fire support where needed. And now will be shown the next phase of the circle. And at the same time, GE being pressured from the high ground.
Yep, still keeping them under pressure. Rossitet unfortunately gains pressure by Young B as well, but look at the blue zone already collapsing around him, forcing him to get in his car and to get out of cover here. Look at that, not a lot of cover he could use even, so it's a little bit of a boulder here he can use to park his car behind, but that's pretty much it. I don't think he'll be able to link up with his teammates unless Gex is going to be able to get the fire onto him, and with the circle still on the hilltop, it is high time now for Terraton 5 to try to take on to Gex's position.
Oh, they try to shoot down Hasawa, but Rossidat Jr. is position compromised as well. Yura knows exactly where he is, shooting from a long range with Mini 14. It will not connect yet, but the vehicle is punctured and the vehicle could be blown up as well, so you gotta be careful there.
Gotta be really careful about where they decide to move out. The problem is that between Rosited and the rest of T5, there's only one boulder and a couple of trees, so there's not even a lot of ground they can use to cover themselves from both Genius Esports as well as Gex. But Utah just got caught on the outside while they try to flank around Gex's position, and that's putting GE under pressure now. Youngbi is going to try to come out in front here, but unfortunately Utah has just been eliminated already by the SLR coming from Xavier's side. But Youngbi does make a lot of progress. He's already way up onto the hills here. He's going to have to hop out of his car, unfortunately, though, as he tries to head off where Xavier is. And the whole time, that might provide a bit of a distraction here as Thunderdol starts to move up as well. Hasselwatt still looking in the background, will get in his car as well to try to move up towards Gex. So you got these two teams wrapping around either ends of this circle now, converging upon Gex's position here. So now the team that was on the high ground that thought they had advantage are now finding themselves completely pincered.
Oh yeah, they're being sandwiched here, but there's Chloe still left behind. The Chloe's getting into the circle. T5 putting focus onto GX at this point. GX at the high ground advantage, but Chloe shoots down Tanadol. T5 didn't expect that.
No, and Hasselwatt is very low as well. That's forced him to pop the smoke as Rositet Jr. tries to close in on the Tanadol to get revived. Cloris is also doing the same thing as well, trying to get towards Tanadol to finish him off. This could be an opportunity here for GE, but Young B in the meantime not able to keep this assault going on Gex. They're starting to reorganize and regroup now to start to keep maintain control over the top side here. Cloris will get spotted by Rositet as he tries to come down, so he will be taken out. Young B is the last person left standing here for Genius Esports. Hasselwatt is going to try to move forward anyway towards Gex here, hoping to be able to sneak by them and hopefully catch them off guard on the flank. But Xavier moves on his side. He sees a hit comes up. He gets a knockdown to Hasselwatt. That's going to be a fail.
I mean, GX has the high ground advantage, so right now they seem to be in control of the situation. Asawa we got now by Upchen. And Young B is still alive though. Rosita Jr. at the lower ground. Hatsawa finished off by Zennan. It's going to be another point towards GX. 6 elimination points to their name at this point. And now the next circle will reveal this. I should go to the center where Young B is at.
Yep, he's still just having to hide behind his tree right now, having his belly on the ground while T5 continues to try to move up the hill. Gex, in the meantime, though, decides to wrap around the side. They're going to be moving out of their original position right now to hopefully get further down south and around both T5 as well as Genius Esports. But again, with Young B's position being right in the middle of this circle here, if this does go to a phase 8, he will have a slight advantage, no doubt. But with Gex already starting to breathe down onto him now, how long more can he still continue to last, I wonder?
Oh, yes, we all wonder this. I mean, can he last to a second place finish at least? But then again, it's going to be hard because he's sandwiched between two teams. And
he does.
Xavier goes down, but then Upchen is there to save the day.
Yeah, Upchen just in time to get a trade now. He also finds Rositet Jr. on the other side, so Tanadol now tries to get up into the high ground here to cut off Gex. At the moment, he's going to leave Rositet to bleed out while he tries to get the shot onto Zendan, who's already bringing the revive onto Xavier at the same time. Tanadol moving up forward. He has a frag grenade. He still has 2 left, so he's going to be using that now towards Zendan's position there. Not going to connect on him too much though, but that's forced him now to stop the revive and actually try to pay attention onto the top side. But then you also got Upchen coming in from the back there. Tanolo has to watch out on all his 6 here because Zendan is going to be a toilet there. He gets a shot onto Tanadol, so now he gets taken down, and Global Esports Exit gets their chicken dinner.
Global Esports Exit with the chicken dinner, but it's still T5 with the second place finish and a decent amount of elimination points as well. So with this sort of finish for T5, well, I would still give them, okay, at most I would give them that one more round, but it has to be 2 disastrous rounds for them. It has to be 2 big rounds for a team like a GE to catch up onto them. But we'll talk about that a little bit later on when we are revealed with the scores. But for now, it's going to be GEX chasing the top 3 spots.
And I think this is, if memory serves me correctly, this is actually the 3rd time that Gex has actually been able to pick up a chicken dinner, you know, so low-key, they're still one of the more formidable teams coming out of Taiwan here, and I'm glad to see that they're still able to hold their own even against the pressure that the Thai and Vietnamese teams have been giving them all competition long in this grand finals here. This take-around still has not disappointed. I think, like, especially this battle for this one tiny compound that doesn't even have a name technically, but it's been the site of many a heartbreak here for these squads is to get eliminated one after another. I think a total of 5 teams fight for control over that one compound itself. That's crazy kind of battle we saw unfold before our very eyes.
Yeah, 5 teams wanting that compound just to be shown that the circle isn't there. Yeah, it's like this kind of like a fake hope moment, right? But anyway, it was good fun for us, and I think the teams right now, to a certain extent, they are just enjoying themselves because it's the last few rounds anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a lot of enjoyment we're having here in the caster's seat over here. This final fight here was quite interesting to me because, again, I think T5 was in the similar situation with like what Daytrade had in their Miramar final phase, where they were in the only Seoul compound, so that didn't really incentivize them to move too much. So we saw a lot more movement happening down south there, where GE and AAA were just constantly trying to fight against each other for control over the south side. But Gex, in the meantime, secured a very supreme spot here on top of the hill, and that allowed them to control, the final phase of this fight here, forcing both Theraton 5 as well as Genius Esports to try to move up onto their position, thereby keeping them constantly at a disadvantage throughout the whole fight.
Yeah, I mean, the other day as well, GX had the high ground. So it's always like the high ground will have an advantage. Like we see like how T5, they try to climb up towards GX position, but GX was like, okay, no, the moment I see you pop your hit, that's it, I'm popping you back. So at the end of the day, that's what happened. So it was difficult for T5 to actually overtake GEX at some point. But if you look at the scores, second place finish, I mean, they'll be happy with that.
They will certainly still be happy with that regardless, because there's still a healthy haul of points for them to continue to maintain their lead, right? But nevertheless, I think even though the high ground will always offer advantages, you still need a player like Xavier who has supreme situational awareness. Like if he wasn't like constantly scanning the horizon, making sure that the flanks are covered, he wouldn't have spot Hasselwatt coming up onto their position, and Hasselwatt could have easily backdoored all three of them because they were so focused on trying to keep their eyes onto Genius Esports as well as Tanadol, who are further down on the hillside there. So again, even if you have the high ground, it's never quite definite. You need a good team like Gex who are always constantly watching each other's backs in order to be able to maintain that advantage.
Yeah, you need to have that awareness, like what you mentioned. I totally agree with that. The game sense, also the coordination and the communication to say that, hey, there's someone here, give me backup or whatever it is, right? The team comms would be. So it was well coordinated as well. Not going to take it away from them, but it was also a third place finish for GE, but then again, they didn't get as many eliminations as T5. So it's not only about the rank points difference, but it's also about the elimination points difference between them. And I guess we'll look at the scores later on, but my gut feeling is that at maximum most, I would give this one more round for T5 if they can still finish above GE and GE and the rest. I guess the title race is over.
I would suppose so. Yeah, mathematically it would be impossible for both of those teams to catch up there. With only one match worth of points. I mean, even if like Tanadol doesn't get 0 points in that final round, how most we've seen in this competition is like a maximum of 25 points they were able to get, kill points and placements at the same time. So it's very, very hard ask, nevertheless. In match 3 though, Global Esports Exit takes a lot of points for themselves, 19 in total there, 6 ahead of Theraton 5's 13. They actually tied in points, Theraton 5 that is, tied together with Attack All Around in total here, 13 for both of these Thai squads. Enter Force 36 actually got their 2 placement points though in this fight, so that's actually quite good for them actually in this round. And it's just a shame that we have not seen a lot of them in this fight here, because for the team for Japan, they certainly came in here as one of the lower ranking teams, but has certainly shown that they have some capability. Just that I think this is going to be a good experience for them now, and with them starting to get a bit of resurgence in this closing stage of the grand finals, it's good to see that they're starting to show a lot of improvement.
Well, and because of the 2 placement points that Enter Force 36 got, that means they finally hit the double digit of total placement points collected inside the grand finals, and my wish came true. Thank you. Okay, I'm good.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I'm good.
That's the only but again, for the teams that are not able to vie for the top 3 at this point now, it's just seeing what kind of targets you can hit. So I think for Enter Force, just being able to collect placement points here is still going to feel like a victory nevertheless with them. Even if they aren't able to upgrade themselves too much when it comes to the total leaderboard. But then for teams like Genius Esports, Renew Generation, the fact they were still lagging far behind Theraton 5 and not able to contest these chicken dinners is certainly must feel frustrating for them right now, because that gap between themselves and Theraton 5 continues to pull so far away that, again, if they can't suppress or win out these next 2 matches, I don't think they'll be able to mathematically beat Theraton 5.
43-point gap. The only way for anyone else, Genius Esports, New Generation Esports, to catch up is that Battlegrounds 5 in the next round needs to be the first team to go out, no points at all, and Genius Esports need to pull a big one for 2 rounds. And we're talking about 2 rounds of T5 going out without a single point as well. But so far the record is that for T5, most of their rounds, they manage a top 5 finish above with decent amount of elimination points. So stats-wise, it does favor all towards T5.
Yeah, I'm also really happy to see that Archangel, Predator, as well as Daytrade are closing the gap to Purple Mood Esports, so there could be a potential for both of these teams to overtake them to hopefully battle it out for that 5th spot there. Attack all around, you know, they're still at least 6 points clear of Q Confirm, but I don't think it's a very comfortable lead for that 8th place right now. So Q Confirm can certainly, if they get another good round here in this next 2 maps of Wrangle, that could certainly bring them back into the top 8 fold very much. Cerberus only 1 point behind Q Confirm. Same story for them as well. They just need another really good round here on either of these Wrangles rounds here, and they will be able to upgrade themselves into the top 8 spot. So as far as we can see right now, the top 4 or top 5 has not really had much movements here, but it's certainly looking tantalizingly close for Daytrade, for Archangel, for Q Confirm, for Cerberus, in order to try to make some gains here, hopefully in these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, and if you look at like besides like the number 1 team, right, like number 2 onwards, like the points are close enough for them to still shuffle, and will determine who gets the bigger piece of the prize pool later on. But our team MVP is definitely going to be the team that got the chicken dinner earlier on. It's going to be Global Esports XZ, and they got themselves 9 elimination points, and yeah, basically they got the chicken dinner with the high ground advantage to them.
Yeah, and they certainly deserve a lot of credit because even though they haven't been consistent outside of some of these chicken dinner fights, you know, they still managed to win 3 chicken dinners in this competition here. Only other team has done that is actually Terraton 5. So if only they were a little bit more consistent on the rounds that they tend to drop, then maybe we'll see them in the conversation for the top 3. But you know, I think for Gex themselves being the sole squad coming in here from Thailand, this is still a fantastic result for them, nevertheless.
Yeah, it is. It is a fantastic, and it's not their first chicken dinner. I mean, they got in a couple of chicken dinners before. In fact, this is their 3rd chicken dinner that they've gotten in this grand final so far. So looking good actually for them. It's just a matter of consistency for GEX. But let's look at the kill leader so far, and with every round that T5 plays, it's almost that someone would pop up here, would show up here as the kill leader.
Yeah, for sure. Here, you're going to see one of them. Rosite's still somehow making sure that, you know, he is always a presence in these kill leaderboards anyway. But it's great to see that Jedi from AAA was able to get 4 kills in this fight here. They certainly took quite the brunt of the attack, you know, trying to control that compound. Rather, they were like, I think, like player 3 in this situation technically, because they came in after the fighting had happened there for quite a while, but nevertheless, we're still able to capitalize heavy out of that fight. E-Arena as well were trying their very best to keep themselves up there, although only Lyrics was able to pick up some kills there. It was certainly looking like quite dangerous for them at certain points, but somehow still managed to pull through with the points. So yeah, as it stands right now, we're going to be saying goodbye to Tego. It's bringing us a lot of entertainment over the last 5 days, and I'm glad to see that, you know, finally, as we come to a close here, it's still delivering some really good fights.
Yeah, Tego has been super duper entertaining, so not gonna lie, but I gotta miss Tego. Yeah. But you know what? Because Rosita Jr. again, like he got onto the kill leaderboard again. He's also in the running for the overall kill leader, so I think that, you know, there's a very, very big chance we might see him as the overall MVP later on.
That's the thing, because we will also like see by the end of the day a lot of these statistics being compiled, and we'll be able to see like who was the outstanding performer across all of these 5 days perhaps. But off that regard, you know, I do want to bring out a really interesting topic that I've noticed in the statistics here. So you know, during the group stage and the last chance qualifier, we constantly had this kind of debate about which is more important, kill points or kill points or the placement points. And what I found is that one of the teams that really has prioritized a lot in its kill points is certainly Purple Mood Esports, and you can see that from the stats when you look at how many kills they've actually stolen. Versus how many kills have been stolen away from them, and when you look at how many kills have been taken all around, the highest numbers we've seen across all the 16 squads has been 11. But when you look at kills stolen versus taken for Purple Mood, so they have 11 kills taken, but they also have 14 kill points that were stolen away from them. So it gives me the impression that Purple Mood is one of those teams that tends to take engagements wherever they can, no matter whether it's advantages for them or not. They're just hoping that by virtue of just constantly trying to get those kills, that eventually somehow they'll be able to accumulate quite a bit. But when you look at the overall performance throughout this grand finals, Purple Mood finds it very hard to actually make the good gains. It's only when they actually have like a top 3 finish that we finally see them actually get out of the second page into the first. So I still feel that the placement points are still just as important as it was before. It's just that now that because it's become a lot more rare, even if you're a team that focuses a lot on kill points, it's not necessarily guaranteed that you're going to be able to match up with the teams that are more balanced in their approach.
Well, to a certain extent, if you kind of think about it, right, the longer that you survive, the higher chance of you getting opportunities to get kill points.
True, but then if you're not taking the time to actually maneuver and find those kills, then that's time wasted as well. So it's never, I think it's not really definite that just because you spend more time surviving means you're getting kills. It might be like 80% of the time just lying down on the ground, just waiting for other teams to come your way, isn't it?
Yeah, if only you can do that and the circle keeps being on top of you the entire time, then maybe that could be the case. But if the circle is like this kind of RNG, right? Like it's very hard for you to tell like whether if you got this compound, you can stay there for the entire round, or you have to keep moving. And if the circle happens to shift away from you, then well, that will kind of force you to move and take necessary fights, I must say. So I guess the next, if we were to debate this a little bit further, right, it's like, and I know this is not on stats, there's like more of like a theory, but are those kills more of like fights that are necessary to them or unnecessary to them, but they just want to take those fights?
Yeah, I think that might be the case for Purple Mood, right, where like they tend to be able to get, again, with 14 kills being stolen from them, in this competition, it just shows that, they're able to get the knockdowns, but then other teams are able to come in and sweep those kills points away from them. So can you say that there was a fight that, was valuable for them anyway, because if anything, they're just donating those kill points to other teams to just take away from them. So I think that's a factor here that is kind of like holding them back a little bit, in the grand scheme of things, because while they're able to take these engagements, making things easier for all it's basically doing is making it easier for other teams to take kill points away from them, So in the long run, as you can see from Purple Mood's position right now, being in that 5th place and now under threat from 2 teams here, Archangel Predator as well as Daytrade, maybe that strategy has to kind of like take a back seat now, and they probably have to rethink how they want to try to approach this, especially under the new super rule set.
Yeah, so I guess this is still like can we say that this is also like still an experimental phase for all these teams, since the super rule set is still kind of new, right?
It's literally, this is the first tournament to run under the rule set anyway, so I think this is going to be part of that learning process for these teams now. So, again, as a caster right now, I can recognize, because I have all these stats on my fingertips here, and I can point out that this is something that I think Purple Mood will have to think about, going into future tournaments, and I think also other teams as well will have to pay attention to this, where like now this is how things are running in this PUBG competition here. It's not so much about whether you want to prioritize kills or whether you want to prioritize placements. You kind of have to have the full package now in order to become a top team, and that's how teams like teams like Genius Esports, teams like NGE, New Generation have been able to stay on top of everyone else because they have a good balance of both placements as well as kills.
Yeah, and with Global Esports Access, they managed to get the chicken dinner early on. I guess to a certain extent as well, it's also like how they position themselves. If you want to get those elimination points, right? Like it's either you crash into someone else, and then you become the third party or something like that, or you position yourself into somewhere that is how should I put it? You position yourself somewhere that there's the highest possibility of people rotating into that area. So then you can try to take your chances through the long range shots instead. But let's see if that continues on inside of this Erangel. It will be our first Erangel in our final day, ladies and gentlemen. And inside Erangel, our 2 hotspots. One of them will be inside Pachinki. The second one will be at Ferropier.
Yep, we're going for the jump right now, ladies and gentlemen, and this is all the way up north from Sofnoka Island all the way up to Stalber. So a very even flight path as well, only like 2/3 of the map being split up by this flight path itself. So plenty of opportunities for teams to go for hot jumps on Pachinki if they want to. I think we've seen 2 squads in particular do that all of the time there, and I think they might be headed their way right now. GE is actually moving further up to the north side, whereas the Expendables are the only ones going to Pachinki right now, so no hot drops happening over there, surprisingly.
Yeah, Triple A is going up north as well. So interestingly, to my surprise as well, like Pachinki is being let go. So okay, no Pachinki fight this time around. Even for Ferry Pier, it does seem that Day Trade Gaming is the only team going towards Ferry Pier. So no challenge, but that could also mean that somewhere else might be the hotspot. I'm seeing a lot of teams dropping around the areas of school instead.
Yeah, in fact, like we got GE as well as Q Confirm trying to vie for control over this part here. I think GE probably will be better off trying to take over Ross Hawk instead, because Leon's Q had already landed straight on top of the school itself. In fact, you can see them now regrouping around this compound here that is just to the north of where the school compound is. Leo, though, is going to be able to get a spray down on Zixi. Should be able to delete him right off the bat, though. That's really unfortunate.
Wow, and he ran out of bullets after finishing 60, so he had to land all his shots earlier on, and that's going to be the first blood in this round. Arena will lose 1 player, and the circle, it's going to be a nice kind circle in the middle of the map, where most of the teams are already in it, so I guess this round, since the circle is kind of okay, we're going to see this round going a little bit slower than usual.
Yeah, I think, like, especially with the teams being a little bit more spread out-ish, although as I say that, you know, there's a whole like line of teams going from Yasenina, Poliana all the way to Pachinki, and just lining up all along that road, just finding all the compounds to be huddled up in there. So this is, if you have any other teams decide to get into the area, they're gonna find there's nowhere to actually set up in all along this road here. So they're better off trying to find another part of the circle to try to take control of. T5, nevertheless, you know, deciding to take the northern part of the map once again here. We'll still have full control over Severny and to extend the northern sector of this first phase circle, so they're not going to face any resistance at all from these other teams, you know, at least until like the later phases here. But you also have a huge amount of teams right now on the Sofnoka Island. E36 we've seen constantly choose the Sofnoka military base a lot as their landing point, and Archangel Predator, to be fair, had also a few times where they take on the mainland. This time around, they decided to take onto the western part of Sofnoka Island to hopefully keep Enter Force 36 sieged up. They got Purple Mood, who decided to take onto Nova Repnoi, so they will have control over the eastern bridge somewhat, although you also have one call already at the exit of that bridge to try to receive any teams instead of come out from Sofnoka, and with the circle you know, being up in there, certainly that's going to be a point of contention now between these two teams.
Interestingly, no team still challenges the T5, and that's going to be an easy entry for them. That's number one. Number two, everyone else will fight with each other first within the circle, and they can come in a little bit later, because right now the mission for T5 is easily to finish up as long as they survive longer than GE or NGE, which is their pretty much mathematically their closest contender. If GE or NGE gets eliminated first before T5, theoretically they would have won it.
And the Force 36 sees AAP trying to give them the slip and go up to the bridge first, so that could be a potential here for AAP to try to backdoor them, but nevertheless, sorry, not backdoor, but ambush, keep them gate kept from being able to come across. But you also have Day Trade Gaming setting themselves on either side of that exit of the bridge, so if they see AAP coming up, they certainly will be able to spot them out. So AAP instead, just giving them the slip right now. One call is also seeing Purple move up as well. Fluky decides to hold his position there while Trick gets a spray down, gets a knockdown. The Borbos right now tries to go for the shot, and Fluky does a bit of damage, but not enough to get a knockdown. Chipperate in the meantime keeps Fluky under pressure. Now it's going to be forced to send out a frag grenade out that lands there, but Fluky gets knocked down anyway, though, with the shots coming in. And PLM thought they're going to be able to have a smooth ride across this bridge. One call was in the perfect position to keep them ambushed.
Well, this is a common choke point here and a common checkpoint for teams who want to gatekeep the bridge. So that's why the E pickup is a game changer. And now without the E pickup, we're going to go back to default. Someone's at the bridge. There's happened to be one called. Purple Mood Esports will suffer the consequences.
Oh, they should have known that this was going to happen, right? Because with a lot of teams jumping out the mainland, this is not the first time one call has done this. By the way, they've always picked around the Milta area to drop in, and seeing that a lot of teams dropped out on Sofaka Island early on, decided that there's a supreme opportunity for them to actually ambush teams that attempt to come out of Sofaka Island. So now they already have them completely pinned down. PLM is going to fall back to the other side of the bridge here to try and salvage this situation, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be going to Nova Repnoi to go and pick up an E pickup here, which is definitely going to be what they need. They want to try to bypass this fight here. Thunder is already picked up in his car though, so it looks like they will be falling back even further. The good news for them only is that the blue zone is still a ways away, so there may be some time now for PLM to try to salvage this situation here.
Yeah, it's either they try to get the E pickup, or they're lucky enough to get the E pickup, or the second option is to, well, they have a couple of options. The next best option, I think, will be to go to the left bridge instead and try to get their way into the circle, since they have a vehicle anyway, or they can try to swim across. That's a little bit more risky, because when you're swimming, you cannot really shoot back at your openers, and you're pretty much at the mercy of whoever who might be gatekeeping you.
Yeah, Daytrade Gaming moving across this safe zone right now, coming under fire a little bit. No, not exactly them, but they're going to be getting close to Archangel Predator, who are also moving out from the south side from the coastline area. So that forces Daytrade to actually divert themselves even further inwards there to this circle around inwards to the eastern part of Pochinki. AAP will be able to take control of the compound that Daytrade were thinking about taking early on, so instead it will default towards a smaller compound just to the north to hopefully use as a staging point, because I don't think besides there, not a lot of other compounds for them to take, so that's pretty much the only spot they'll be able to use for now. But AAP not quite done with the movements yet, because Evil Patrick, Alec, as well as Algin Bots will be moving up closer to CES position here. You can also see that UV's smell is overlooking where Cerberus is currently setting up right now. Oh, knocked out already, and Tycon is found one on the Evil Patrick. We'll be able to remove him from the map right now. Other members of CES scrambling and try to close in on this position, while Daytrade Puchills is going to try to flank around the northern part. Is going to be forced back thanks to Solozy still able to spot out the back line there to keep them from being able to interrupt this fight against AAP. Kaisaki is going to be coming up to the compound now. He's going to be jumping out of the car. He sees Alec on the side there. Will remove him from the play now. So two members of AAP still remain here. Down as well as Algin Boss. Algin Boss goes with a spray, takes out Hymas there, so he gets a trade just in time.
Yeah, a little bit of a revenge there for Archangel Predator onto Cerberus Esports, but the rest of Cerberus Esports know exactly where they are right now. They know it's going to be this house. They just need to find a way to enter from there. Tycon on the rooftop, trying to get a good vision, but Tycon at some point probably has to come down to provide backup to his teammates.
Just watching the perimeter pretty much. Mahaisaki is going to try to knock onto the window there. Almost spots out Algin Boss, forcing him to reposition, but he sees Tycon on the outside there. He's under massive pressure, especially with the door already broken down to continue to spray fire, but look at who comes up from top there. Nan goes ahead and gets a knockdown, and does get the kill there done on the Haisaki as well as Tycon. So Cerberus thought they would have the upper hand there, but Nan from the top jumps down, finishes them off in his compound, and secures Algin Boss, preventing him being taken down.
One shot left on the Solozy is going to be smelled. That takes him down. And Cerberus Esports will be the first team to be eliminated at number 9 at this point. That gives opportunity again to Q Confirm to overtake them.
Yep. Very crowded right now on the circle here. Daytrade moving up to try to surround AAP's position there, having seen all the fight happen. That's also forced Unicorn Venom now to back out. They've already done whatever they could here, but they don't want to try to take this fight against AAP anymore, seeing that Daytrade decided to move up as well. So Flash takes onto the Cyber Tower. Oh, that's a good shot there onto Algin Boss, forcing him down to half health. Nan is still holding up in the back there, but with Flash keeping the pressure there, that should allow some space for Puchills to close the gap here, but he's still hanging back though, so they aren't exactly keeping AAP under massive pressure. But if this next circle lands even further inland, Daytrade will have an advantage.
Okay, here we go. Archangel Predator facing Day Trade Gaming, but I don't think both teams are making those big moves just yet. Everyone's just waiting for the next pistol circle. And speaking about the circle, it will show itself really soon. But for Purple Mood Esports, they are still on the military base island, and now definitely the circle will be on the main peninsula. They need to find their way onto the main peninsula after this. Probably going to swim across.
I mean, there's a reason why teams just want to drop around School of Pochinki. The probability of that circle landing in the center of the mainland is ever so high in spite of the RNG. So all these teams have already set out a compound here, can pretty much dig in and maybe try to poke around for some fight. We see GE attempting to try to get onto EA's position here, so they're assaulting them very heavily. You've got NG as well, moving from the north side, keeping the other side of EA Arena under pressure, but that blue gets eliminated very quickly, so GE has to cancel that plan. Surti is just been knocked down on the inside though, as the Young B as well as UTI Corys closes in on its compound. They just need to knock down this one member of EA and they will have control over this space.
Wow, can you imagine? It's only one member of EA, but he's still able to hold on to this compound by himself. And right now, he needs backup though, but backup is on the way. So they're calling in for the cavalry. Yuda comes in to finish off inside, and that's going to be it for EA inside.
Yeah, Lyrics was thinking about coming down to help him, but unfortunately it is too little too late right now, so he will be giving them the slip and trying to find a different place to hold out in. So GE wins the battle right here. KM99 and the other member of E36 are still, E Arena are still under siege though, and they are currently hurting right now with Lyrics coming out of the way. Unfortunately, Q Confirm is still having control of the school right now as Purple Mood tries to move up into position 2. Gex, in the meantime, has taken control of 2 compounds on either end, one closer to the road and one even further down inland on a bit of a high ground. So they are very secure in their own compound for now, but they're still trying to spot around and see if they can spot anyone else. Purple Moon, in the meantime, like I said, they moved up to the school areas, taken control one of the apartments. Only Ursa Balui is close enough to try to perhaps challenge there in that regard, but they look like they want to try to huddle in here and wait out to see where this next circle is going to lead them to.
Yeah, thanks to the emergency pickup, they managed to get into the school apartment. So right now they'll be chilling here. Probably have some opportunity to loot up, depending on how many items are still there, because I believe there was another team that dropped into school apartment early on as well, so they might not be much for them. But right now we're back to Archangel Parade, still sharing the same area as Day Trade Gaming, overlooking each other.
Yeah, Archangel Predator has not moved out at all, and Day Trade has kept them sieged up all this while. And but again, without the blue zone threatening their position, they can still afford to try to stay around this place. I mean, the Mini 14 still provides plenty of range here for Nan in order to try to hold his own here. NG's Hakai is being spied upon here by Rositet, but Rositet will get some fire there, forcing him to fall back. His Fob actually pouring fire onto him from the other side there. Hasawa is going to try to move forward, but unfortunately he will have to back out around here as Fob is compromising his position somewhat, forcing him now to try to find a different way of anchoring himself in this fight. Rositet continues to bleed out right now in this northern side, while the whole time NGE is not quite pushing forward here or doing anything really to try to keep T5 surrounded, and T5 being very spread out actually. Hasawa will have to go for the long way around to try to link up together with Donadol here in order to regroup here for T5.
Well, that's good news for GE because Rositet is the top fragger for T5 at this moment. So with him being eliminated, that probably gives a little bit more hope for GE. But the rest of T5 still needs to be eliminated. And now the circle moves away, and it's in the open area, what I normally call the Medusa intersection.
The Medusa. Oh, I like that name actually. Maybe I might use it next time. But here's a crucial thing: the border still lands on top of AAP, so they still don't have to move quite yet. The other 2 members of Day Trade will have to link up with Puchils and Flash anyway, so that's going to be a regroup that perhaps AAP can take advantage of. But you also have UV, retaking their positions over on the road here in order to try to control the south side of the circle. Then you got one call right now moving in. No, not really moving in, but still in control over the western side, while NG is trying to move on their position, forcing Chibiria Siboy now to regroup together with Trick, who still has a Mark 12 and is using that as a good way to try to keep NGE off their backs.
Oh, here we go, NGE and one call, just next to each other though, but everyone's in the circle. But here it is, the fight's going to happen very, very soon. It's going to be Purple Moon Esports, sharing the same compound with Q Confirm. And Purple Moon Esports, they don't have the man advantage though.
They don't have man advantage, but at least for this compound right now, they just need to flush out Erzapalui. But he's already dropped all the way onto the outside here and is looking to try to prevent the PLM from coming out of this compound unscathed. But in the meantime, where is the rest of his team? They're starting to regroup with him as well. Pedret is joined up with Erzapalui now to try to keep this assault going onto Purple Moon Esports. And it's going to be a fight pretty much to get themselves into the next safe zone, though, because the blue zone is already creeping in onto the zoo. Is already school. It's already swallowed up Ross Hawk Hole. Tanawat still scanning around the outside there to make sure that Q confirm is going to be taking him down while he tries to maneuver out in their position here. Leon's Q is still keeping them more or less corralled around here while they pick out the buggies to try to get out. Thunderous is still stuck on the second floor and is not able to do anything at all to try to suppress Q confirm.
Well, looks like Q confirm isn't interested to continue on this fight. Two of them has left the compound, leaving two behind though. But it looks like they'll be joining the rest of the Q confirm. They're going up to the high ground just on top of school and into the circle, then focusing on placements instead. And Purple Moon Esports still with the both of them inside of the apartment.
And that's the thing, apartments are very hard to fight in, you know, even if you have the man advantage, because you never know going up the stairs if someone's waiting ready with a shotgun to just take you down in one shot. Speaking of one shot though, Tanwood's hoping to get another shot there and no rinse, and actually gets a knockdown there when he tries to get to his teammate to go for the revive. So now Day Trade are finding themselves in a bit of trouble there because only Flash is safe right now inside the sniper tower. The Expendables are continuing to keep Norwins and Puchills completely suppressed down there. Belmo is going to try to wrap around the other side there to hopefully to get the revive there, but AAP in the meantime is also able to spot him and tries to pour some fire at the same time. Now Tan Vudo still holding in his position here. He still has Norwin's dead to rise pretty much, but just waiting for the response to come in from Day Trade here and hopefully get another knockdown.
Okay, the circle, where will we go? We'll go to the Medusa intersection. Yes, it will be on top of it. And this Medusa intersection is kind of tricky because look at the roads dividing the circle, and these teams will need to manage that later on. But now we're going back to the Expendables, putting focus on the Daydream Gaming, and a shot coming from Ninja 2K. We'll finish up Nurins as well as Belmont.
Oh, there's a bloodbath going on to Day Trade right now. The Flash could only do nothing but just stand and watch right now because he has no sideline onto any one of the Expendables here, especially Tan Vu, who is being blocked by the vegetation there, preventing him from being able to get a shot, return fire onto him. 0.5 trying to come through here. Tanadol is actually getting himself in the intersection of this Medusa T-junction here. That's putting him between both E36 as well as Myth as well. 777, just for insurance, is probably going to send a frag grenade into the shack. No one's inside, unfortunately, so no one's going to be found. Pion, in the meantime, does find Lyrics on the outside, so E Arena tried to move into the next safe zone. Now coming under fire from two separate teams right now on the western side, while on the south side, things are trying to crunch around AAP, forcing Don and Elgin bots to take to the vehicles and try to pull away here, allowing the Expendables to take control over the storm, but Unicorn Venom, seeing them trying to run away now, tries to pour some fire here, hoping to get a knockdown somewhere, but it doesn't seem to have connected yet.
Oh, and E-Arena was eliminated at number 14. And right now, the last we checked, Team 5, they only have one player left. Now the long range coming in from Sly High onto Archangel Predator, who just went into the circle, passing by the members of Unicorn Venom.
Yeah, the Expendables still trying to hold position here. AAP try to get in the middle of the junction now and under fire here from a lot of teams as they try to get in a tunnel position. The Algin boss gets knocked down as he's trying to get into the shack, so this is not working out well for them. Now he's going to have to pass by, but that's putting him under fire here from Ender 436, and Archangel Predator gets themselves eliminated in 13th place.
Ooh, Archangel Predator just dropping like flies just like that, and now they're out. But T5 is still in this, but nevertheless, GX spots out the Expendables on the other side. Both of these teams on the outside of the circle. Tapping by Zen9 with a mini 14. It will not connect just yet. The tires can still be popped, but who needs the tires if you can get the person?
Just from underneath the car there. Nice shot there for Zen9. He's going to continue to try to pepper him down and hopefully knock him out completely. In the meantime, AAA, who moved down from the north side, are finding themselves in the middle of a crossfire that's going on here as PLM gets ganked upon by Gex. They will be able to get the elimination done there, but Upchan has just been knocked down by Chloris, who is still trying to hold his own on the roadside here. Raid's come through and the knockdown smell pretty much. Should be able to remove him from the game pretty much though, as the rest of the Expendables moves onto UV's position, gets the knockdowns and kills Stun of the Smell as well as NBK.
Oh, and GE is eliminated and T5 is still alive, and T5, if they could stay alive, then they're pretty much done with this tournament. But then again, now we'll look at TE coming into the circle. Unicorn Venom is waiting for them, and the moment they show up, Unicorn Venom will shoot them down.
Yep, Sapao having the huddle behind the rock right now. Him and Silhi are the only two remaining members of UV, and Myth spots Sapao on the side, knocks him down now. Oh, this is going from bad to worse here as the Expendables continue to move up right now. Silhi, the last remaining member of Unicorn Venom, is fighting for his life right now. He's close to the safe zone here, but he can't quite move up, knowing that Myth will be able to bear down on him. The Expendables sending whatever throwables their way as they try to flush out this last remaining member of Silhi. Coming over top of the crest there, he hasn't quite spotted his head though, but he still gets shot down. He knows exactly where the direction is. He hears the gunshots. Still, he's going to try to get them to slip right now, but the Expendables, taking the cue, decides to pull back instead and not pursue.
Well, I want to point out that Tanadol is in the middle of the circle still, so he can hold on for the longest time there, as long as he's not crashing by the other teams. Speaking about the other teams, Triple A will face up against Q Confirm, who's waiting for them in the circle. Same goes for GEX.
Same goes for GEX, and GEX has way more people here on the outside compared to AAA to try to head off Q Confirm. And Q Confirm are going to find themselves in a very precarious position soon with these two teams trying to vie for control over the north part of this next circle. Zabalui, though, does get a knockdown to Zen Nan, so that's already opening fire. Petret gets traded out as well as one call from the opposite side of this circle here pours fire on the Q Confirm's position at the same time. Now, attack all around moves down as well. Zabalui is going to get spotted out by Savior. He's going to be able to ping him down to less than a few percentage points left, but still not able to get a knockdown quite yet. As Gex now struggles to get Zen Nan back up to speed, will be able to get him back up just in time for them to move out of the way. But AAA, having here to turn the shots coming in from Gex position, is starting to collapse onto them now.
Oh, and Jedi is coming in from the flanks. They want to take out GEX before coming into the circle. Trying to find a good angle. They see the smoke, but they don't see the target just yet. Up chance spots out the members of TE. And now the long range coming in with an MK12. It will connect, but not enough to take anyone down. At the same time, they've been pressure from the other side from AAA.
Yeah, the thing is they have to fight a war on two fronts right now. It's from the pincer position here, but it's still desperate to try to get a knockdown there to Tanvu, but still so close yet so far. Upchan still going to go for another shot yet again, while AAA actually moves away from Gex's position now to try to go on to the eastern side of the circle. Instead, Tanvu, having a lead behind his teammate, is going to try to go up in front, and Savior, unfortunately, knocked down in the blue zone there. That's going to force his teammate now to come out in this very painful fifth-face blue zone to try to get him revived, hopefully, or at least back in the car. Oh, nice shot there with Jacob, taking down Tanvu now. The Expendables will be out in 9th place.
Oh, it came from the other side of the map, but now O2 Skirt putting pressure. They know that the members of one call is on the other side. Now they have the information and they are somewhat within the circle, but from the other end, Myth is putting pressure on to attack all around. Gotta be careful because Q Confirm is still around the corner.
That's the thing. They still have to try to corral themselves around there and hopefully keep them pincer. But Q Confirm does have a bit of a terrain advantage they can use here against GX right now. E36 now getting some action as one call tried to get close to their territory, and they didn't quite like that as eliminate both Samoy as well as Chipper Rid. So they will have control of the junction and takes away that team in 8th place. Now NGE still is on the outside there. Fab is bringing his teammate back up while the smoke grenade keeps him under cover, but E36 very much has control of his junction actually because the circle still lands on top of them here, and with AAA still tied up trying to keep an eye out for Q Confirm, they can't exactly move down south anyway to try to contest this T junction.
Well, and Tanadol is still in the circle with the circle shifter. He's still in the middle of it with a shack to cover him. Looking good so far for T5 as they're hoping for NG, their next closest opponent, next closest team to be able to chase them at the number 1 spot to be eliminated.
Yeah, AAA under a lot of pressure now as Tanadol actually finds the knockdown and Jacket 2 off as he attempts to try to keep QC completely sieged. So that's not working out well at all for AAA as Jedi now is forced to try to salvage this here, but Tanadol pops both tires off of the Jeep right now, so they can't exactly use that vehicle anymore. They're going to have to hoof it on foot. Now getting himself healed up, Ekalusa in the meantime also under fire as Leon's Q gets a knockdown onto him, or rather Excro Sid from Myth actually gets the credit for it, but certainly Leon's Q has been keeping them suppressed inside that shack. But Myth right now having the best control over the south side inside the largest compound in the circle, are perhaps another team that will potentially try to pick this up. Oh, but then again, they're still trying to use a Jeep here right now, but another hit here in Tunnel. Maybe he'll get a knockdown once again on Jedi, but he's just having to dodge around and just avoid that fire.
And it's actually Tunnel though, putting
the frag grenade for Ursa Blue!
But that's good. Then it comes the frag grenade from Earth. Zapalui knocking both of them down, but it could be stolen by Tanadol.
Oh my goodness, that was just unexpected. So now they have completely taken Triple A over in the north side. So the now can move down to the road. One more member of Triple A still remains inside the blue zone right now. Oh, nice shot from Opaz to take out Tanadol there. So well done. The frag grenade ends the opportunity here for Gex to try to assault Myth's compound here. So Jacob, Rogue Nance, as well as Duckman now surrounding them, killing them off completely, and removes the rest of GX from the map. Saber now trying to run away, gets behind the tree just in time, tries to get a kill, but Rogue Nance has a frag grenade coming his way, but nevertheless, Triple A will finish him off in the blue zone.
And now the pressure is onto NGE. They need to get the chicken dinner together with a big amount of elimination points if they want to revive any hope of catching on to T5, but we'll leave that for later as NGE is now playing by the edge of the circle. E36 has entered the circle. Myth on the other side, they have a compound. Now the next circle will determine who needs to move.
That's the thing. Down by the center side, I think like Myth still has a lot of advantage here. They try and send another, rather E36 tries to send another frag grenade. They want to take out NGE, who was still on the outskirts of this blue zone. So that's why we're connected to Van as well as Fob. So NGE is out now in third place. Myth versus E36 right now. Jovis' team's having plenty of chance now to try to go for that chicken dinner, but unfortunately Rogue Nance moving out forward here in Exquisite, providing fire from a distance. They already have a knockdown of one of entered 436's members.
Well, not gonna lie, I'll be looking forward to E36 getting the chicken dinner, at least take home something before they end their campaign in this tournament. But their enemies are no pushover. Of course, we're talking about made in Thailand, and they do have control of the circle.
I mean, made in Thailand, you know, the legendary team from Thailand itself versus the underdogs of this tournament here, Enter 436. I mean, this is going to be a battle now for chicken dinner here for them, and I couldn't be happier for their positions now. But again, still very risky for them because they're on the outside, whereas Myth still has a compound within this next circle here. The dish is the only piece of cover they can use, so E36 is doing well to try to keep themselves spread out relatively so they wouldn't risk getting knocked down by a well-placed frag grenade. But you got Rogue Nance continuing to keep the pressure going all along the street here. He's found himself at the shack that Tanadol met his end, but unfortunately isn't able to move up any further because E36 still somehow has a lot of troubles to send his way.
Well, the road's really not helping out E36. They're pretty much caught on the other side, and in case the circle moves away from them in the next space, then they won't have enough space to play with because right in front of them is such an open area. It's going to be easy for Myth to really shoot them down.
But I think for E36, they have to take out Rogue Nance somehow because he's already taken position in the center of this final phase circle anyway. So if they aren't able to knock him out, Myth will have the advantage when the circle, when the blue zone completely swallowed up this final phase here. Now, Sylphia has a wall top is going to be sending towards a shack. Hopefully they'll be able to do something on the Rogue Nance, forcing him to still keep an eye out here and duck around the other side, but they still aren't able to get himself in the flanking position, and all the while Duckmans has to be moving up as well to try to link up together Rogue Nance. Zardo is just being found around the outside though, so they're only one man down. E36 is now under pressure.
3v4 with control of the circle. Myth looking good to get this chicken dinner. If they got it, it's going to be their third chicken dinner in this grand finals. Looking good so far for Myth, and there's not much space for E36 to actually move. But in about 10 more seconds, we'll be sure where exactly the circle will go. But nobody on the phase 8 circle. It will go exactly in the middle, and we know who's in the middle. That's going to be Rogue.
Exactly. Like, he's already done well to take the position from E36. If E36 actually had been a little bit faster, perhaps they would be the one with the advantage here. But nevertheless, Myth still has a compound to use as cover, so that's preventing Sylphia being able to get any good shots. He does get a ping onto Jacob though, and another one there probably will be able to knock him down, so he is going to have to huddle behind, not able to keep the fire support on Rogue Nance's position as well as Duckman's. But E36 now gathering closely here. Looks like they will have to move up together now and try to force themselves into Rogue Nance's position here. So as it stands right now, this is going to be the fight for the final phase. A smoke grenade line is going to be set up somewhat, forcing Rogue Nance to actually move away. He's actually going to try to flank around the other side there. This could catch E36 off guard if they aren't aware of it.
Yeah, Rogue wants to finish this off fast because he wants to go for a break really quick right now. And he's doing the right move. He's putting a lot of pressure on the E36. The E36 basically have nowhere to go.
nowhere to go really, except for maybe down south, but that puts them in the line of fire of Extra City Jacob. They move up north. Rogue Nance has already taken position there, so he can easily put fire onto Sylvia's position. And then you got Duckman's still getting closer and closer and still on the tree, so he could even be a spoiler should E36 try to pop out in the open there and try to assault onto the shack. But yeah, no matter how you cut it, E36 is certainly at the massive disadvantage right now in this fight. Myth still has smoke grenades. They will pop up here as they try to cover their approach coming up into the inner reaches of this circle now. So they're still looking, E36 still not able to move quite yet. The blue zone starting to crush against their backs right now. Sooner or later, they will have to move.
Yeah, I believe it's about a matter of time right now. And Myth, unless they can come up with a big clutch onto Myth, that's going to be a different story. They have an AWM, if they can land that shot onto Exosit, then maybe that will give them some hope of getting this chicken dinner. But it's going to be really hard for E36 at this point with Made in Thailand surrounding E36. And in the next fatal circle, it's going to close entirely. And by then, it's pretty much done for E36.
They still sent the Molotov into the shack, so I don't think they're aware that Rogue Nine has already moved position. And we got XK1 taking a bit of damage now. And you can see that Myth is actually getting close enough now to start to send frag grenades their way. So Deva and the rest of them are just sending whatever they have left and pretty much emptying their coffers in order to do so. But Jacob has only just gotten up the shack right now. Rogue Nines is still having in his position by the flanking side there. That's going to be perfect. Should E36 come out in the open right now. Jacob keeping them head off. Sylvia has taken a lot of damage there. Rogue Nines now trying to move up now. He does try to get a shot there as Sylvia gets knocked out by Duckmans. Jacob will get knocked out. It's a trade right now. Rogue Nines now throwing fire there. He does get a shot at the Deva. That's going to be an easy shoot here. And Made in Thailand gets the chicken dinner.
Yeah, third chicken dinner inside the grand finals for Made in Thailand. And Made in Thailand, with that chicken dinner, there's a possibility that they'll move at least into the top 10 because the last we saw them, they were at number 11. So Made in Thailand, I mean, yeah, I would have liked E36 to get the chicken dinner, not gonna lie. But it is what it is.
But still, second place, not bad at all for a team that is the 16th in the overall leaderboard here, and everyone kind of has sidelined them somewhat. But nevertheless, they showed that if they're still they're still one of the top teams from Japan. Not gonna lie, they still have a lot of potential to fight. It's just that things have not favored them at all in this grand finals, and unfortunately they find themselves really just hanging in there for this whole tournament. Finally, it came so close now to getting chicken dinner, so it's gratifying to me to see that even an underdog team like Enterforce can still somehow get themselves into a good fight towards the end.
Yeah, if only like what you said, right? They moved a little bit earlier and they were the ones, because it was 4v4 at some point. So if they made the first move to okay, we take that middle circle somehow, and then they were the ones who forced Myth to be pushed back to the corner of the circle, then maybe they were the ones to get the chicken dinner. But then again, Myth, being a very experienced team, they know what they're doing. They push forward first before E36 was able to move, and when they get that middle line, that pretty much secures their dominance in that circle.
Yeah, I mean, again, I can't stress enough how much just basically camping in compounds seems to be the best way to survive these final circles, isn't it? I mean, Daytray has already done it. Myth as well did it too here. So if the circle has a compound and a team inside it, I think other teams that are on the outside have to figure out some way of contesting that compound, especially in these final fights, because if you just leave them uncontested like that, they can easily swarm and just continue to suppress this team here.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's going to be Myth getting this chicken dinner, and with other teams, obviously other teams are bowed out before Myth, right? So it's going to be highly possibly that they would break into the top 10 and possibly earn themselves, by the end of the day, more prizes.
Yeah, T5, although they got themselves eliminated quite a lot, I think they still have a lot. They still may have placement points to earn here. So I don't know the calculations of whether or not any other team would be able to challenge them. This is the round where if no one's able to challenge T5 pretty much, that's it. I think they're going to be pretty much rank 1. By the end of the day. But I don't know. We're still going to be tabulating the scores anyway. With actually, I don't even remember where NGE is. As far as kill points are concerned here. So. And again, I think they really haven't been able to make that ground maybe.
Yeah, it wasn't that significant of a number of elimination points from the previous round. So We'll need to wait for the official scores to come out later on just to be sure. But in theory, it feels that T5 would have done it. But until the official scores come out, then we can theorize a little bit more. But taking into consideration that GE went out fairly early as well, so that really helped T5's campaign towards the trophy.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the score to come out, ladies and gentlemen, and oh boy, like this is going to be make it or break it now for T5, because if they still maintain like more than 30-point gap to either Genius Esports or NGE, I would say it's pretty much over right now. We're pretty much going to be seeing them in that rank 1. So let's go ahead and see the match results here, ladies and gentlemen. So we did know that Myth got the chicken dinner, so they will be up on top right now. 21 points. That's a healthy haul here from Myth. Enter Force 36, 6 placement points and 10 kill points. I mean, sorely needed by them all corner along. It's just such a shame that only on the final day did they do get these kind of performances here. So imagine what it could have been here for Enter Force if they were able to do more of these kind of performances throughout this grand finals.
Yeah, it would have been a totally different story, right? If it started like from day number 1. But then again, this is what we talked about. It's a marathon. Like if you are too far away from the beginning, then you cannot do anything. Like you can't. The most you can do is look back and tell yourself like, oh, if only we did this, if only we did that. But then again, by that time, it's just too late to change the fate anymore. Yeah. But so, I mean, I don't see them coming out at number 16 by the end of the day.
Yep, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see that gap right now. Teraton 5, 210, Ooh. Genius 165. New Generation 63. No, it's over, guys. It's over. Teraton 5 secures that rank 1, and I don't see any other team to be able to challenge them for that spot. However, second place still up for grabs. So that New Generation, like Genius, actually dropped very heavily in that last round. I think only got 1 point, whereas New Generation was on the first page. So they're already closing the gap to Genius here. So they could potentially overtake them for second if they keep this up. Global Esports exit 10 points behind New Generation. So I think it's a bit of a hard ask for them to challenge that third spot. So I think they're quite secure in this going to this final round here in that 4th place. Purple Moon and Archangel Predator now currently tied. So Archangel continuing to climb now and just about to overtake Purple Moon for 5th place.
Yeah, can you imagine like number 2, the prize is 15,000. Number 3 is 8,000. To the best of my memory, and the gap is really is that big, right? And imagine like only a couple of points separate that amount of money. It's gonna be insane. So Genius Esports, New Generation Esports, only 2 points between each other. And if we look at the overall from second place onwards, like the gap is not that far still. Like the final round still matters if you want the bigger piece of the pie.
Yeah, I think like the craziest thing that could even happen in this last round, like hear me out, is what if Genius Esports and New Generation gets knocked out early, Global Esports exit the Purple Moon Challenge for chicken dinner.
And push all of them down out of the second and third spot.
Yeah, imagine if that happens, bro.
Yeah, and to add on, what if that happens and Purple Moon Esports get a 2nd place, Archangel gets a 3rd place with a decent amount of elimination points? It pushes everyone down the pecking order.
Yeah, I'm very stoked to see both two members of E36, Scarlet and XK1, actually having honors here in this kill board. We've never seen them so far, and finally in this one round where they got 2nd place, finally we get to see Starlord getting 4 kills, XK getting 3 here. Plenty of damage done from on XK's part though, so he certainly has been pouring a lot of fire into these other teams.
Yeah, I mean XK 600 damage, but only managed to get 3 kills, so that means he's been working really hard to help his team to get those kills at the end of the day. And Starlord probably was the one who finishes them off, so he's like the finisher. Once the damage, it was the finisher at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But of course, what's important is that the team gets the points.
Exactly, and you know the team of Myth has been certainly earning a lot of those points here in this round itself, and have taken the first rank for this penultimate round here of this Grand Finals Day 5. And certainly this is a team that has a long and storied history, even in the PUBG community, and or still even to this day considered one of the strongest teams count out of Thailand. Now, the newer organizations obviously has kind of overshadowed them a little bit, and Made in Thailand themselves has multiple lineup changes. This current lineup, though, still looking very strong, and I'm still liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean, and they bring the brand name of Made in Thailand, which I feel that is a very interesting name to have, right? Especially you kind of bring that the national pride on this kind of stages. So I think it's a pretty nice tribute back to home.
I mean, I just love the fact that the acronym pretty much is just like myth, like the legend, the myth of Thailand itself, you know. So fantastic work for them. But ladies and gentlemen, one last round remains here. The final round of this grand finals has been taking us 5 days to get to this point now. This is where it's all going to end. So make sure you guys stay with us here because we're going to be taking a short break. But we come back here, we will find out who will be the overall champion, who will be second, who will be third. That will be only coming after this. So don't go away.
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own Pubg Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store, and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
That's one tasty chicken dinner, isn't it, Sir Cloud? Really, really nice. Oh, hey guys, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Asia Super Cup. We're now in the final match. You know, after 5 days of grand finals, after 5 days of the group stage, as well as the last chance qualifier. I mean, it's time for us to just sit back and enjoy the ride right now, because it all comes down to this one last fight here, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to be getting that last chicken dinner? I mean, certainly Marathon 5 will be having a lot of chicken dinners after today, because wow, what a journey it has been for them in this grand finals.
Well, you can continue on the show, because this chicken is superb. Yeah, I mean, it's the best one so far. But,
Nice.
Yeah, I mean,
I know.
apologies. I mean, it's just so good.
It's so tasty.
Yeah.
It's actually so tasty.
Just like our show.
Just like our show, indeed. Also, I like to give a thanks to everyone who has been along with us with this journey. I know it's been kind of hard to follow along this live stream because of the audio quality, but I do see like a lot of comments, like from John N, who has been saying thank you for the English commentary, and yeah, we do always try to give ourselves the best show possible. So I hope the guys, will be able to forgive, the technical difficulties we've been having throughout this tournament, especially with those guys who've been following us since the group stage as well. Like, I'm so thankful that you guys are for the ride here, but all good things must come to an end. So now that T5's story is done, there's still stories to be told here, ladies and gentlemen. Purple Moon Esports is of course one of them. One of the teams has been hyper aggressive when it comes to taking fights. Another team that has been making a huge comeback on Day 3, and as well as today is Day Trade Gaming here. They are all currently tied right now with another squad here, which is going to be Archangel Predators. They're going to be vying to see whether or not they can fight for the 5th place here. Purple Moon is looking whether or not they can try to take that 7th place now. So there's still plenty to fight for here. Even though the T5 has, mathematically speaking, won the championship, there's still plenty of prize money to be won by these other teams.
And we got 3 teams without a chicken dinner so far left in this tournament, and well, E36 almost got it.
Almost, yeah.
I'm also hoping that at least one of the 3 will get this final chicken dinner.
Yeah, Archangel Predator as well. Fantastic comeback for these boys, because they spend the longest time in the 2nd page, and just off of the back of amazing performances and a lot of consistently good fights, they've been able to come back so hard here, and now find themselves on the verge now of challenging Day Trade for that 5th position. They're both currently tied, so whichever team comes out on the top here, whichever team gets eliminated early is certainly going to be losing out on that position. So that's going to be one thing that's going to be exciting to see. The final flight has begun, ladies and gentlemen. We're now up over Erangel for the last time today. This is going to be it. This is the journey coming to a close.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be looking forward to see if the Pachinki fight might happen again, if the Medicare fight might happen again, because on the previous one we didn't get to see it. So, and the flight path, it's close enough for Pachinki, it's close enough for Fairy Pier as well. So come on guys, don't disappoint us, give us the entertainment.
It still goes from south to north. It's going a lot more towards the western side, so that puts them closer to the Jojo Pole area and Zarki as well. We've seen T5 take that position. Will they be doing that yet again here today? In terms of Pachinki, though, we got Archangel Predator coming out quite early on, but it seems to be passing by Pachinki instead. The Expendables will be taking that position for themselves, while GE takes position by school together with Q confirm as well. T5, like I predicted, they will be going straight for the hospital, but they're being chased actually by E36. Out of all teams, I've never seen them come up to the north side here. It looks like they want to try to end this whole day with a final flourish here. If they can actually eliminate T5 early on, that could be interesting.
Yeah, that would be really interesting though. But so far we can see it's a decent gap between the two of them. But now we are in Milta. Myth did pass by, so yeah, but it's just passing by. They didn't really land inside of Milta. But our first circle, there is a possibility that the circle might go inside a military base. And my favorite circle in Erangel is always the military base.
It always
I
is.
love it so much.
Yeah, it always is, isn't it? But very similar kind of like situation here, although there is a possibility that circle might go towards Soft Nuka Island, but I would say it's about like a 60-40% possibility that it's going to be landing more closer to the main island anyway, and that's where most of the bulk of the teams are. But you can see there's still similar kind of like drops happening for everyone here. Daytrade not able to take control over the western bridge out of Soft Nuka Island. This time actually E Arena has actually beat them to the punch by dropping straight onto the ferry pier. No other hard drops happening actually on this final round here, so sad to say this first phase is going to be a bit quiet for now. T5, Thunderdol, and Hasawat, the rest of them decided to pile in closer to the hospital, so they moved away from E36's position on the north part of Jojo Pole itself. You got attack all around, actually taking the entire coastline on the top from Sarki all the way to Severity and just looting all of that position there. So Purple Mood, another team that you have to watch out here because they are vying for that 7th spot right now in this overall leaderboard. They have the entire military base to themselves here, as well as the eastern town of Novo Repnoye.
Yeah, 2 of them there, 2 of them inside of the military base, so they have tons of loot to work with. We don't get to see this very often. Myth having a little bit of fun with the glider. I wonder where would they be going. They're going towards Milta Power, so I guess this is just them having fun because the distance is just short. like you could even like go on foot and you'll still be fine.
A confession to make, I never knew they had this in the game. I swear guys, I played PUBG, I've never seen this vehicle before, so this is the first time actually seeing it in my life, and oh my god, I want to fly in this all day long in all my public matches from now on. Duckman's is going to have a nice chill view to have a look out here while he tries to go over the hills. He will be able to jump out at any point though, so it's definitely going to be looking for a nice complex to do so, or maybe even try to land nicely there. So let's see whether or not he has the flying skills to back up his own shooting skills.
Not gonna lie, it's a sight to see. Yeah, like it's so visually pleasing. Maybe you just need to pray to the RNG gods a little bit more so that you can get this wherever you drop when you play.
Nice gentle landing there, Duckman, so we'll be able to keep that in play now, and he's taking control over the top of the prison, over the hill here. Smell is alone in this prison right now. The rest of his team are mostly spread out further north of him right now to continue taking out more of the loot around the shelter and prison area. So the Expendables in the meantime have taken control over Pachinki, but decided to move down south there where E-Arena as well as Cerberus are currently set out along the coastline overlooking Soft Nuka Island. So they're certainly trying to crush in closer to that river there, in that body of water. Should the circle land across Soft Nuka Island, at least they will be ready to try to make their way across. But E-Arena at the same time, feeling the pressure coming from the Expendables, are going to be looking to try to prevent them from being able to keep the pressure going. Zixi has a Mark 12 of an 8x scope, so that actually provides him a lot of potential to take these long-range shots.
I'm kind of surprised as well the fact that it's the last game, but we don't see many early fights. Normally within the last game, you would see like teams really taking fights, crashing onto each other just because of their own personal entertainment as well. But this time around, we don't see much of that. So it's a little bit of a different pacing. And not only this round, even in the previous Erangel as well, it was pretty much like the same pace.
Yeah, Gex getting ganked upon right now by Q Confirm. Only 2 members, actually, as far as you can see, though. But, oh no, actually, there's all 4 of them just cutting across the compound now. Zendan's going to destroy everything. Gets sprayed. Does a bit of damage on Leon's Q. Now switches to the SLR to try to continue to ping on, but no knockdowns coming from Global Esports exit side. So Q Confirm will be able to give them the slip, and now are headed straight towards the coast right now. PLM are currently set up at this ferry pier, this pier right now. Not the ferry pier, but a different pier altogether. together now to try to find a way to get onto a boat, maybe, that will be able to lead them straight to Nov Poirier. So I think they're just waiting for that boat to arrive so that it can take them out of this zone here. So they may not necessarily try to take this fight against Q Confirm, although if Q Confirm moves rapidly, they could certainly take the chance to take one out.
Ooh, MK14 in the hands of Duck Hughes now. But at the same
Uh-oh!
time, that was a bait. That was a bait. They were waiting for it.
They were waiting for it. I mean, oh my god, so unfortunate. Duck Hughes just really having no situational awareness in that instance. Didn't realize that CES was stalking him that whole time. So unfortunately, he's so far away as well from the other members. But 777 is still going to try to move up now to hopefully link up with him and maybe rescue him from this fight. But unfortunately, CES has already moved very much far forward. They will be able to remove Duck Shoes from the game now. So 777 a little bit too slow on the uptake here. Will have to fall back together with Tan Fu. But Cerberus now taking ample advantage out of this will keep them suppressed and hopefully corral them into that one tiny complex.
Well, we have 3 players being eliminated on this round so far. So, well, looks like it's not as low as before. It's going to be a decent round this time around in terms of placing. Let's see who will be the next one. So far, no wins for Day Trade Gaming. He's just doing some scouting work, so he's just sending information back to his team, and his team is somewhere else anyway. So they'll be A-okay for now.
And here's an interesting thing. Day Trade's remaining 2 members, the other 2 members, Puchils and Belmoff, are under fire from Archangel Predators now. Remember, both of those teams are currently tied for points, so you want, I would love to be able to keep track of these 2 right now. As soon as they decide to try to take the fight against each other, the winner of that will no doubt be taking that 5th spot overall. NBK right now under fire does good return there onto Leo to knock him down, but then there's still other members of GS coming through the door, so he deletes off Leo. Now he's going to be falling back to join up with the rest of his team, but it's still a long ways to go. They will perhaps be able to provide some cover fire while he tries to run across, but then Zendan finds NBK in the meantime though, so they're not exactly securing that sector
from
here.
Behind.
See it from behind here, up Chen, finishes off Rognan, Miv comes up, but then unfortunately gets knocked down.
Oh, there you go. That opens up the fight there. NBK been naded down by Zendan, and Xavier has a good shot view at least onto Myth. He's on an off-angle position, and they don't know that Xavier is on this area, but Upchen been naded out by Jacob, and now it's up to Xavier to take one down.
Yep, Xavier, unfortunately not able to return fire onto Exquisite there, so he will take it 1-1. Xavier tries to get the spray onto Dunkmans, but he gives him the slip. Exquisite comes out on top there, a headshot, not enough though to get a knockdown, as he himself will find himself on the ground now and crawling to safety. Dunkmans comes out, finishes off Xavier, so there's no way that he's going to be able to get revived back up now, as being in Thailand now, taking this opportunity here to extend even more control down to the south.
Oh, made in Thailand. So far, 2 elimination points for themselves, but unfortunately they lost Rogue in the process, the team that just got their chicken dinner. But now, it looks like they're going in for a little bit of a chase, but we move over to T5, and T5 is going towards a bunch of other teams within the circle.
They actually passed by AAP just now, and AAP didn't really get the knockdown to them. Now they're running straight into the middle of E-Arena's compound here. KM99 getting a nice spray into Hasawat, forcing him now to try to just duck all the way through here. It seems to have managed to get through unscathed somewhat, but now Hasawat comes through the door, only get caught up by Zixi on the top of the stairs. Pandaball is going to be coming through, but a frag grenade is ready to receive him. It's going to be doing some damage there, but still, he is still standing for now. Pandaball coming on the other side here. Zixi, that door is actually blocked by by that folding shield, so they can't exactly get across without taking too much damage from those frag grenades. Now, Irina Zixi having to duck into the bathroom there as he takes some fire from the outside. KM99 coming around the outside of the building here to try to head off the rest of T5, but they're already set into this location here. Frag grenade comes through the window, doesn't connect onto Zixi.
Oh, Patapong's here on the lower ground, but unfortunately for Hasawa, he's been knocked down. And now they need to continue on this fight with only Rosita as well as Patapong. The nade onto the other side, onto Zixi, but Zixi, he is well and okay at the balcony.
Yeah, Pantapong now trying to move out to the outside of the building here, but then the whole time KM9 and Lyric still holding steady in the building just across from there. Zixi is still up on the 2nd floor right now, and he's not going to be moving anytime soon. Daydream Gaming finds Insight, attempting to use a motorcycle to get up on the top of the hill, but fails to get a knockdown there. Rustidet Jr. Still under siege here from E-Arena, continues to try to find an angle to send frag grenades through those windows. Pantapong sends a Molotov inside the top floor, hoping to flush out Zixi, but he's still not budging for that position. position, still making life,
Oh,
living
second
hell right
floor.
up Pong. Now he's going to come on top, gets a headshot, but not enough to get a knockdown. Zixi does have a shotgun, but then he's getting the heals up, but Pong misses the window of opportunity to suppress him at that time. Now he has an AUG in hand, still trying to wait for them to come up, but still no one biting the bait for now.
Okay, Patapon has a stun grenade, but he tosses
toss it out.
to the second floor. This could be his opportunity, but he's been shooed away by a counter stun grenade coming from Zixi. Patapon's still alive together with Rosita, and Rosita, he still has another mission. He wants to be the MVP for the tournament.
Yeah, he still wants it all for himself right now. But again, both T5 members are still fighting absolutely hard here in the meantime. Lyric's still watching around the outside here while the whole time, like, his teammate is still stuck on that second floor, but still successful in keeping Pantapong from being able to overrun him. You can see Myth also moving on the north side. They're going to be getting closer to Cerberus's position. Day Trade as well, trying to get out of the line of fire here between EA as well as T5 as they continue to take the fight there. And looks like Pachills as well as Lorenz going to try to take some shot against Solo Z over there. That Blue in the meantime sees Assault coming in for GE. He's going to try to open up the door. Chloris is there to try to head him off, but That Blue ducks away just in the nick of time right now. Still exchanging shots, still trying to get a P, still trying to get a P free fire, but not connecting quite yet. Chloris pops in the outside, forcing now the Resident NG trying to wrap around the other end. That Blue still has a frag grenade and still trying to use his opportunity to clean up some kills, but nevertheless still not able to suppress things. And now, given that he's all coming low, he just needs to get one last kill against Chloris and he'll be able to win out this fight.
Well, they're going to wrap this fast because one call is on their way, and one call can be the third party between these two teams. Chloris picking up his teammate, That Blue still on the outside. He still has a nade though. That call is getting closer and closer, so they got to do this fast right now. That Blue gets into the building, and That Blue can't find his opponent because both of them are on the second floor.
Yeah, that's the thing. They are on top there and just using this opportunity to heal up. And like you said, one call is already encroaching on this compound here. So That Blue very much under pressure now to try to finish this off. Surti and Chloris at the same time too. And whoever wins out of this will have to face off against one call here. Chloris is still taking off. That Blue very low. He will get taken down though. New generation is out and GE will take the top honors.
Well, that's the signal for one call to come in as a third party, and they have Chloris as well as Surti for them to take out, but they need to find their target. They're on the other building right now. They're buying time with the smoke. 30 getting as much utilities as possible, reloading themselves, buying as much time. But at the same time, we can see that E36 going up to high ground against Archangel Predator. Archangel Predator has a compound, so they're pretty comfortable here. They'll be A-okay. I'll be interested to see one call. How are they going to finish up this job?
I know. They're still having Surti completely surrounded here, and Chloris as well. They've already done well to get those kill points, but now, oh, nice there. Just popping the gas can so that they'll prevent Chibi from being able to pop through the window and actually assault them directly inside the house. So one call still stuck around the outside of this building, and Chloris gets a little bit of a drop there, forcing one call to scramble to safety there. But nevertheless, they have the building completely surrounded. It's just a matter of finding a good entry point for them to get into the building. That's going to be the main sort of obstacle that they have to face right now. But nevertheless, Chloris and Surti somehow still able to hold out. This is going to be their Alamo right now, surrounded on all sides here by one call. They refuse to let up. They refuse to surrender.
Well, they want the points. They want as many points as possible for one call because they could potentially go up to the top 10. And now one call needs to finish up this job. It's taking a little bit too long because the circle moved away from this compound. One call surrounding it. There's pretty much no way for GE to get out, but Jaxi almost Jaxi still goes down to Chloris.
Nice crossfire there, and the other side, they try to flank them on the other part, but because of the crossfire, they aren't able to move up forward without risking another knockdown. And with Jaxi already taken out, they're already one man down, and that's not going to be good news for them as GE continue to rack up the points here. One call strict now. We're waiting for the right call here. He sends a frag grenade into the room.
That's it.
It might be it for Surti, but he still pops out there. He somehow still is able to survive for now, but with Trick finally finishes him off with another frag grenade, so leaves only Chloris left.
Yep, one more to go. 3v1 Chloris on the outside of the building. He shows up, but then again, Trick is there to finish them off, and that is it for GE. They are out. So, number 2, number 3. This is yummy. GX and Archangel Predator, Purple Moon Esports, a lot of them could catch up to that podium spot.
Yeah, E Arena starting to push onto a Day Trade's position here as they try to get into the safe zone. But right now, Day Trade has the crest to use as cover for now. But inside pushes very hard towards Puchills in his area. He's going to be under siege right now, but he gets knocked down instead. Puchills does get the kill completely as Zixi gets the trade on the Puchills right there. Norris tries to get onto KM99. He's going to be falling down instead Instead, Day Trade's flash now, scrambling and trying to run away from this fight here because it seems like the front is lost. He's going to try to link up with Belmont, but is coming down with the G.
Okay, Belmont is coming in. He's going to provide more cover fire for his teammates. But look at the southern side as well. The Expendables, they are moving in.
Yeah.
They want to join the party.
Oh, and also is joining in Archangel Predators. Algae Bots is moving closer towards Day Trade, and a Day Trade moving up northwards is actually going to run themselves straight into the Filipino squad here. And again, that is going to be a fight for 5th place between the two. Should that break out into a firefight completely, Evil Patrick is also moving down south here in order to get to this battlefield here. And the whole time, E-Arena now under siege here for the Expendables as Tanvu has already moved up, already keeping Zixi suppressed. Now he's trying to spot for KM99 as well as Lyrics.
Okay, here we go. Tanvu trying to find a good angle. He has the information. They know they're on top of the hill. At the same time, Day Trade Gaming is going to move in close by. Day Trade Gaming might be the observers between these two fights. And now the name being tossed onto the other side. They will not connect enough to knock anyone down. But at the same time, the zone moves away from this fight, so they need to finish it within a minute.
Yep, another frag grenade coming out here as Zixi gets himself healed up and Lyrics and KM99 moves out forward. TE is going to fall back to the compound instead, deciding not to fight out here. They still do get a knockdown to Zixi as they pull out though, so that's providing a bit of cover right now. As Ninja 2K actually thinking about turning around here and continuing this fight because they know they have EA lockdown right now. ZD777 getting a bit of a hit coming in here for KM99 as he shoots him on with the Mi-14. Ninja 2K still trying to look for the drive-by, but still not able to find an angle quite yet. Now they know that EA is being bogged down right now, so they're going to continue to try to pour some fire and pour some grenades onto them. Ninja 2K catching one over there, putting him down to less than a quarter health. Tanvu still trying to return grenades, but will receive some damage too. Algae Bot sends in another one here. He's trailing it very fast, and the meantime, E-Arena will not stand to the pressure right now. He's getting eliminated in 13th place.
Oh, here we go. Algae Boss trying to find that right nade that lands onto the rest of TE. One of them currently down, probably been picked up by their teammate. Algae Boss, he's done. He's done. He's out of nades, and that's why he's leaving that area.
Yeah, they're going to leave out of the area right now. Evil Patrick and Ali are really taking control over the western part of the circle, and they're facing a bit of pressure from the north side by E36 at the same time. One call decided to take a brave move to try to move in the middle of all that firefight to try to take over the compound, but that's being held by Cerberus right now. Purple Moon tried to get a knockdown on the trick there, didn't quite work out. Flash has also been spotted as well by Thunder and Myth at the same time, so they're keeping him under fire, and he's caught in a very tough spot there, so he's not able to move out of the way, taking some pings from Thunder's SLR right now. He's realized that he's in a bad place. Now he tries to reposition, but Thunder's the whole time continue to pour fire onto him. Finally, Flash does find a boulder, and he's able to hunker down. But Cerberus, in the meantime, still under assault here for one call, but oh my goodness, Trick taking out Haimas, as well as he taking out Trick will be able to prevent one call from being able to assault the position, so Cerberus maintains control over the compound inside the circle.
Well, Cerberus currently at number 11, and they can still climb up the chance to a top 10 finish at least. So they are going all out for it. The team with 5 eliminations so far is going to be Cerberus Esports, but now it's going to be E36 and Archangel Predator. E36 seems to be interested in going for the wraparound against Archangel Predator.
Yeah, it seems like Archangel Predator now is starting to move up north here to try to hit off this pressure that E36 is providing from the high ground, and the frag grenades are coming through. In the meantime, Global Eastward Exit, they already got the knockdown just now on the Silheed. Now he's ready to finish him off completely, so that's another fight that's breaking out on the opposite end of this circle, but UV is already moved up to get away from the compound there in order to get into the next safe zone, so the blue zone is going to collapse around Zenan as he continues to try to pour fire onto Unicorn Venom's position, but he needs to move eventually though, because this blue zone now swallows up the compound, forcing him out in the open here. Will UV be able to take him down? Will AAP be able to head off this attack coming in from E36?
Yo, we have TE going down to the southern side, but the circle does favor towards Day Trade Gaming, Cerberus Esports, and Purple Moon Esports, as well as Myth. And at the southern side, it's going to be Q Confirm as well as TE, just right to each other. But on the northern side, it's going to be Archangel Predator as well as E36.
Yeah, but Archangel Predator still has to move down. The area is not within play right now. AAP still in this assault here. They're still taking damage from E36, who does have a high ground advantage compared to them. The crest is the only thing that's keeping them from being able to take it out by both frag grenades as well as bullet shots. But Enter Force is also using this opportunity to continue to make them maneuver down southwards, forcing AAP to back down. down and retreat here. Evil Patrick's going to pick up a car, tries to run away. SK1 gets a nice spray and actually gets a headshot. Algebos in the meantime has been knocked down though, so I think AAP is going to be bogged down right now. This could be the moment for Enter Forces to go ahead and strike.
Oh, let's go, Enter Force 36. They still have a chance to get the chicken dinner because they still have a full squad, but they need to take down Archangel Beta. But the counterfire coming on to XKL. He'll be knocked down by Alec. Evil Patrick being knocked down by XKL, so a little bit of a trade there. Archangel Beta, they need to reset.
Yeah, and this is going to give E36 now the ability to move up even far forward. Sophia is trying to flank around the eastern side here and is actually in front in that position here. He's going to be virtually be able to throw a frag grenade that way, but I don't think AAP is going to be able to notice him quite yet. Sophia is still biding his time right now. His helmet is very low, but nevertheless, shots are still coming in as XK1, Deva, and Starlord moves down as well. AAP completely shepherded down into a southwest position while trying to huddle against the blue zone here. Now they're going to try to return fire on the main squad here. E36 Sylphia still trying to find a way to get through, but Starlord's already gotten the frag grenade onto Evil Patrick, so they're still going to get bogged down anyway. Daybar has just been knocked down. Sylphia still trying to find an angle right now as Algebos pours some fire through the smoke, hoping to get a knockdown somewhere inside, but it will not work. Evil Patrick and Daybar will be taken out by the blue zone as it swallows them whole.
Oh, that's a surprise that Sylphia was within the circle, and now Sylphia could be the one to take them out, but Sylphia will be counterfired upon, and now Enter Force 36 is eliminated. Thank you so much for playing. They will end their campaign at number 16.
Yeah, good night and good luck to Enter Force 36 in their future endeavors. But for AAP, I'm surprised that they still managed to bring Nan back up to speed here, even though they lost Evil Patrick. They're still not quite out of this fight yet. Compare that with Daytrade Gaming. Flash was nowhere to be found right now. I think he's just been taken out, so Daytrade is already out for the count, and AAP having a supreme opportunity now to overtake them on the leaderboard.
Oh, we can see 3 teams in the same compound just on the southern side. We got Unicorn Venom, Cerberus Esports, as well as Q Confirm. So if the circle moves away, then it's going to be big. But one of the members of Unicorn Venom have been knocked down, so this could be an opportunity. But because they are still in the circle, so now these teams will make that big move. And it's going to be Myth as well, shooting from afar. So in case anyone steps out of the building in an open position, Myth could be the one to shoot them down.
Yeah, 3 teams just trying to corral around Cerberus' compound right now. We got Q Confirm as well as the Yukon Venom. Unfortunately, Smell has been caught around the outside, so a smoke has been popped right now, but unfortunately that attracted the attention of Solo Z, who takes out Smell, and that will be the end of their run now. So UV out in 8th place here, ladies and gentlemen. Q Confirmed still inside of CES's compound here. PLN right now trying to give the slip here to Maiden Thailand, who has control over this northern side, only just though, but they weren't able to stop PLN from being able to move up, so they will take up to the northern part of this next safe zone.
Oh, here we go. The northern side should be a good battleground. Should be the next battleground here between Purple Moon Esports as well as Triple A. They are just next to each other, but Purple Moon Esports taking the lower ground, Triple A with a compound on the higher ground instead. So possibly we might need to the next phase of the circle before we see that fight happening. But it's going to be Myth just butting in onto Purple Moon Esports.
Yeah, they're going to be pincering and just cutting off PLM's escape options down south. So they pretty much want to make sure, I mean, again, that was the spot that Flash chose as well. And look at what that led to him. Duckman's now pointing some fire into Thunders and Borboats. He gets a headshot onto Borboats now, forcing him to hunker down. Thunders are going to try to hit him off right now. Exquisite gets caught around the outside though by Thunders. So at least they're preventing another flag coming on that side, and Exquisite will be removed from the game there by the Expendables Tan Vu. Duckman still holding that position down the south part of where Purple Moon is currently set up in, and still keeping them headed up, still preventing them from moving out. Haisaki now coming around outside there, trying to head off. Q Confirm gets knocked down as well. Duckman's now forced to try to move out of the way there because of Borbo's getting up, and then you got the Expendables starting to come back in as well. Archangel Predator coming under fire right now from Triple A, but is still able to hold on for now. Algebos bleeding out inside the smoke at this point. Made the Titans Jacob now. He saw the Expendables try to come up. He managed to catch Ninja 2K. Will finish off us as well, and the Expendables will be out in 7th place within one last shot coming in from Thunders.
Well, let's not forget the fight, the compound fight at Cerberus Esports and Q Confirmed. They're just next to each other, and because of the zone move, Cerberus Esports was forced to move, so we got a couple of casualties in that compound. Dark Angel Predator playing by the edge of the circle at this point, and we can see that Purple Moon Esports, they won't move from this area. This is their comfort zone for now.
I mean, they can't move from the area, practically, because still got Myths, Jacob keeping them under fire right now, and Cerberus has just been taken over by Q Confirm. They actually managed to find Solozy and Tycho while they tried to flank them out in the open and just shot them down completely, so that's going to be Cerberus out in 6th place. Now Q Confirm moving up forward here, they will find AAP though as J-Die gets a nice little frag grenade to take out Alec, and that will be the end of their journey here. 4 teams now vying for the final chicken dinner. Who is it going to be? Attack All Around, Q Confirm, Purple Moon Esports, or Made in Thailand?
Well, the next phase of Circle might determine who will be the next team to go out. Let's see what happens as the Circle shifts away, and the Circle moves slightly towards the right, and Attack All Around will be the only team on the outside of the Circle entirely.
Yeah, exactly. Purple Moon now starting to come alive now, but Q Confirm is giving them a surprise. A nice spray on the Thunders as he gets knocked down. Fluky and Borbos can only watch on helplessly as Q Confirm continues to collapse onto the south side here to try to overrun Thunder's position. The Molotov didn't quite connect though as they continue to move up forwards here. Opon's having the M416. Now wants to try to remove Thunders, wants to try to find one on Borbos as well. He sees a convoy of cars. He knows where the position is. So now Q Confirm now will be falling back a little bit here as they realize that it is a position here that AAA has a good sight line actually to send frag grenades.
Oh, here we go. Barbos tossing a nade onto the high ground, and will that nade land? Ooh,
Yeah.
yes it will. A little bit of a damage there onto Genki 2 off, and he immediately retreats back to safety.
Yeah, he's going to try to fall back now. The problem is for AAA right now is that they don't really have anywhere else to... actually, they can try to go through the vegetation maybe, but then Q Confirm is currently regrouping as well, so they may be able to cut off AAA should they try to flank around the south side. So Jacket 2 Up is still going to get in his vehicle to try to get out. Pedret is already moving up here to try to get onto the hill top here, while AAA is still under fire from PLM's frag grenades. I wonder if they've just always started to run out of it right now. Jacob has just been caught out on the outside, so Made in Thailand is already out in 4th place. 3 teams still remaining, AAA being the only 4 stack.
Oh, Pet Dragon knocked down from afar onto Barbos from Purple Moon Esports. Looks like these 2 teams are still going at it. And Q Confirm once more. He sees Fluky there, but Fluky gets himself to the zone. And that is it for Purple Moon Esports, down to the last 2 teams.
AAA versus Q Confirm right now. Q Confirm having 3 members, AAA still having 4. Pedret as well as Opons moving up close, while Erpin's up a little bit, hangs back a little bit. Frag grenade is going to be coming out towards Q Confirm's position. Opons has just been knocked out. Pedret has been knocked as well. Zerps up a Louis. Last person standing is desperate to try to hold on, but J-Die coming in from the side. He's going for the spray. He's trying to go for the kill. Jacket 2 sprays instead, takes the kill. AAA takes the final chicken dinner, and they will take it all. Oh my goodness. What a finish for the grand finals.
Oh, and our champions, of course, none other than T5 taking home the champions. Congratulations for them for being the champion of the PUBG Asia Super Cup 2023 Summer.
Woo! What a journey for this team. They took the lead from day number 1, held it all the way to day 5, never looked back, never looked weak. They were strong all throughout, and now they are the PUBG Asia Super Cup champions of summer 2023. What an amazing performance by these boys. All the accolades certainly deserved.
Yes, certainly deserve, and I'm pretty sure they will also have a representative to be the MVP for this tournament as well, but we will calculate all of that later on and we'll put it up later. But for T5, the moment they got the number 1 spot, they never dropped the ball at all. They just went all the way.
All the way. Wow. I mean, have you ever seen a performance this dominant, by a single team throughout a very highly contested grand finals here? I mean, we're talking about the best out of all these different regions of Asia, the best from Thailand, the best from Vietnam, the best from Taiwan, the best from Japan, the best teams from Indonesia and Australia too. I mean, all of them congregating in this one final fight here for the top of this region, and it was Theron Teraton 5, a team that didn't look that amazing when it came to the Thai series, just suddenly being head and shoulders above everyone else, used their position being on top of the leaderboard so well by making good decisions for themselves, by taking only the fights they really needed to, and always consistently ranking, placing a high average rank as well as average amount of points per round, and that was pretty much what allowed them, to take control over this whole tournament. And with all the other teams not being able to perform, especially on this final day, the ones in the top 4, again, they were very much unchallenged for a large part of this grand final tournament.
Yeah, it is a big comeback here for T5. During the group stages, they got number 19, and they were the worst performing Thai team of all. And then during the LCQ, they finished second during the LCQ. It does look like, okay, yes, they're performing, but because of their underwhelming performance during the group stage, I don't think anyone would have thought that they would be the champions during the grand finals. But during the grand finals, they showed everyone that comeback is real.
Yeah, so again, congratulations one more time to Theraton 5. They are the champions overall here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup, but there's still some more storylines we need to tie up right now. Who is going to be taking that 5th place right now between J-Trade Gaming as well as Archangel Predators? Is Purple Mood Esports going to be able to stay in that 7th spot, or are they going to get overtaken? Oh boy, that's going to be so much things you guys have to get updated on. So let's go ahead and have a look at the match results here for this final match number 5 here. And again, I just want to see for those other teams that are not Theraton 5, where are they going to be landing up here, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see where the score is coming out. Attack All Around, of course, we knew they were going to be they took the chicken dinner, so we knew they're going to be on top. Q Confirmed doing very well here, 14 points with them, so that's 4 points in front of Cerberus Esports, who are able to get 10 points for themselves. Purple Mood, actually the best out of a lot of others here, were able to take 4 kill points plus the 5 placement points there by staying in that final fight, so they are getting 9 points, keeping them ahead of Nate in Thailand, ahead of Archangel Predator, and ahead of E-Arena.
And screenshot this because you won't get to see T5 getting 0 points that often. Yeah, screenshot this, ladies and gentlemen. This is definitely something. But other than that as well, I would have liked the final 3, the other 3 teams who haven't got a chicken dinner to get it. But yeah, I guess next time then. But this is where it all matters, right? The total leaderboard, who will be at what placement, and our second place finish will be, drumroll, Genius Esports still.
Oh, Archangel Predators still not able to make it all out because Attack All Around, the Dark Horse, actually snatches the 5th spot away from them and head of Purple Mood Esports, so they take the 5th place overall. Global Esports Exit still in 4th place as well, so they didn't quite move out of the way there. Q Confirmed overtakes Made in Thailand to make it in 8th spot, so they, even though they're tied in points, Q Confirmed had more placement points compared to Made in Thailand, so that's the tiebreak that allows them to take the 8th spot, whereas Made in Thailand stays in 9th. Daydream Gaming, they were in that first page, they dropped down to 10th, and now, it's behind Made in Thailand even.
They had one really good day for Daydream Gaming, and then after that was like, and that's how they kind of slipped out on the first page. So it was a little bit unfortunate for Daydream Gaming. Cerberus Esports started the grand finals really strong. They started game number 1 with a chicken dinner, but after that it was quite underwhelming for them. Hence, they dropped back onto page number 2. But if they were to take away any consolation, is that they are the top eliminators in page number 2.
Yeah, and still shout out again to Enter Force 36. They were clearly the underdog of the tournament here. I'm still so happy to see they were still able to collect placement points even on this final day itself. Kill leaders of the entire grand finals here. Rossitet Jr., what an absolute bad lad. What a legend here. 47 kills, 6,830 damage. Not the most here on the board, but that's enough here to keep Rossitet in the number 1 spot.
Yeah, sign my shirt, Rossitet. He's been a star for this show. I mean, 47 kills with 6,830 damage. I mean, that is a lot of work done by him. And if we look at it, Cloris did 8,650 damage with only 42 kills. Gotta give it to him as well. The stats just shows that he's been working hard for his team just to dish out all that damage, and probably the other kills be picked up by his teammates instead. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's a team effort, and as long as the points goes to their team, that's fine.
And Chloe's, he always constantly finds himself in a disadvantaged situation and had to pretty much carry the whole of his teams for a lot of this tournament here. So amazing performance of him. Fab as well as Algebot, these guys have been entertaining to watch every time we get to their perspective. He either is going to end up in a kill or they're going to get knocked down because they try to take a risky move, but how it has paid off well for them here. 37 kills here for Fab, 36 kills here for Algebot. J-Dye from AAA is also a standout performer here in this competition, even though he may not be able to keep up with the scoreline that like GE or T5 has been able to do, but attack all around, having taken some very good hot drops, have been taking some good fights as well in the mid to late stage. It's great to see that J-Dye is able to collect so many kill points for himself.
Okay, but let's be surprised. Oh my god, it's Rosita! Oh no! I totally didn't expect that! He's the MVP! Oh my god! Really?
I love your acting skills.
Oh yeah, okay, I tried.
It's try. Yeah, it's a good try. I'll give it maybe like a 7 or 8 out of 10.
Okay, thanks. I'll try to make it a 9 next time.
But man, I mean, he is undoubtedly the best performer out of everyone here in this competition. I mean, the rotations that he had done, the types of movements that T5 have been able to do in final fights, and the decision making. I think that's another underrated thing about T5 here is that their shot calling and decision making is supremely good here in this competition. That's what allowed them pretty much to dominate a lot of teams in fights. It's even I can see from the comments some people saying like, why is it that every team seems to look like newbies whenever they fight against T5? And I think it's just like the tactics, the strategy is just so much stronger for this team compared to everyone else.
Oh wow, are you not surprised?
I'm not surprised. I mean, a little bit, tiny teensy little bit.
I was trying out your
I was hoping it was going to be genius, but oh well. Duraton 5 it is, I suppose.
Wow. Okay, that is a unique reaction. Due to that, it's like, oh, T5, oh, okay, all right, next graphic, okay, we can end the show now.
Yep, most valuable team indeed. I mean, again, have you ever seen a performance this dominant for this competition here? Like, no doubt, like a lot of the Vietnamese teams had tripped over each other, especially Genius as well as NGE, trying to close the gap to T5 made them try to take a lot of fights that didn't quite work out, especially for NGE's part. And their underperformance, I think, during day 4 as well has contributed a lot to Territory 5 being able to build such a massive lead towards the end. And my goodness, again, like I'm just singing so many praises to these guys all day long, but sadly, like all good things must come to an end, isn't it?
Yes, all good things must come to an end. But of course, before that, before we end the show, we would also like to say thank you so much to everyone who has watched this show from day number 1 up to now, and also all the people who is working hard behind the scenes, the production crew, the OB, you name it, the marketing people, you name it, social media people, and of course this show wouldn't have happened without you guys.
Indeed, it is. Thank you all for being along with us with this journey. It's again, I feel so bad for everyone who tried to listen in because of the audio quality issues. Obviously, we are aware of the issues. It says that we don't have the capability to fix that for you guys. But nevertheless, we still gave you guys a spirited performance. The teams have been giving us endless entertainment day after day, and shout outs to them. I'm really hoping to be able to see them again when we meet for the summer series of this PUBG Asia Super Cup. That's going to be something you guys want to watch out for. So make sure you stay subscribed to the PUBG Esports channel here. We'll keep you guys up to date with all that. But man, any last words you'd like to say?
Well, I'd like to say that I am going to enjoy this chicken dinner here, and I hope you guys enjoy your chicken dinner too, and hope to see you again. Again, thank you so much for joining us from day number 1. Again, without you guys, this show wouldn't have happened. So shout out to all of you watching. Just shouting out a few names here. We got Fin Nguyen, we got Bogoy, Dark Money, Ryan Rosario, Kirayana. I mean, I would like to shout out to everyone, but it's not possible. You guys know that. So you guys know who you are. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you all so much. It's been a pleasure to join, to be along with you guys for the PUBG Asia Super Cup Summer 2023 edition. Hopefully we'll be able to join you guys for the next edition of this, and I can't wait. You know, this is a new era of PUBG PC. So again, hopefully you guys have enjoyed the show. It's going to be a nice night tonight. We're going to be going back and enjoying our chicken dinners now. Hopefully you guys do the same too. But until then, it's been a pleasure here. My name is Victor Gax. His name is Sir Cloud. This has been the PUBG Asia Super Cup 2023, and we'll bid you all goodbye for now, and we'll see you next time.
Cheers.
Cheers.